intellect and join together in spirit. Tonight, as we gather in service to our community, we do so in the sacred shadow of Memorial Day, a day when our nation honored the courageous men and women who have given their lives in defense of our freedoms. Their sacrifice is the foundation upon which we stand, and we are eternally grateful. May their courage inspire us to lead with integrity, humility, and purpose. We also close out this month with gratitude for the rich contributions of Asian American and Pacific Islander communities to our town, state, and nation. From innovation and entrepreneurship to public service and cultural enrichment, the AAPI story is woven into the American story, one of perseverance, resilience, and hope. Every day that we live in Morrisville proves that the strength of our democracy lies in its diversity. In honoring both our heroes of the past and the vibrant communities shaping our future, may we commit ourselves to building a more inclusive and compassionate society. Let us lead tonight with wisdom, courage, and unity, so that our decisions reflect the best of who we are and the best of who we can be. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Those all who are able, please stand as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we adopt this evening's agenda, Town Council policy is to review and ensure there are no conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with any item on the agenda. Would anyone like to share anything at this time? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion and a second to adopt this evening's regular agenda?
I move that we adopt this evening's agenda.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Rao, a second from Councilmember Abadi. All those in favor of adopting this evening's regular agenda, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 7-0. There are 4 items on this evening's consent agenda. They are April Town Council meeting minutes approval, resolution authorizing the design, build, delivery method for the Gables MSD roadway project, resolution authorizing right-of-way condemnation for Lewis Stevens sidewalk, and resolution for the appointment of an interim deputy town clerk. Would any member of the council wish to pull any item for discussion, or is there a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
I would like to hear a little bit about the right-of-way condemnation for Lewis Stevens, and I think the public would too.
Okay. If there's no others, I'd entertain a motion to adopt this evening's consent agenda, less the Lewis Stevens condemnation item.
I'll make that motion. Second.
A motion from Councilmember Johnson, a second from Councilmember Abadi. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 7-0. At this time, I'd ask for Mark Spagnoli, our Director of Engineering, to come forth to answer any questions. Or Councilmember Abadi, you have the floor.
Hi, Mark. Could you just, for benefit of the public, explain what's involved in a condemnation action and that we'll be undertaking on Lewis Stevens?
Yes, thank you for the question. So this evening we have a resolution for authorizing us to exercise condemnation for some right-of-way for Lewis Stevens sidewalk project. Basically, there are some parcels of land that are on HOA property that require us to get an easement on in order to build the sidewalk. The HOA rules and regulations require that they get a certain percentage of actual property owners to sign off on that. They basically informed us it would be very difficult to impossible for them to do that because there's so many properties at the Breckenridge HOA. So they've asked us to go ahead and do a friendly condemnation where we exercise our rights. We are paying the proper cost based on appraisal for the property use, and we're working through the process on that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Do any other council members have any questions on that item? Yeah. Mayor Protem Garamella?
Yeah, we had discussed from a HOA point of view on this topic. We had done the same thing for Parkside Elementary when the right-of-way was needed to get in there, and also for the Greenway. So it is hard to get 1,140 2/3, and so this is the fastest and the best way to get it done.
At this time, I'd like to recognize the town attorney.
Mayor, just to add a little bit to that, typical situation we run into is the board of the HOA is fine with the taking of the property or the use of the property for the town. It's not common area that they need or that is taking anything away from them. But they cannot convey property, common area, without that supermajority vote. So the fix is this quote, friendly condemnation, where the town is condemning it, but the HOA board is fine with the result.
That's good.
And if I could just add, it is common area property, it's vacant land, it's not, nobody's living on the property, it's common area for the HOA.
Did you have something? Your mic's on? No. Okay. Thank you very much. And just to clarify, thank you very much. Councilmember Fender, please.
So who on the HOA board did you talk to?
So we have a right-of-way agent that met with the board members. I don't know exactly who they were. But we have an outside consultant that does right-of-way condemnation work for us. And they met with the recommended HOA.
Okay, thank you.
And to be clear, the sidewalks themselves are outside of the Breckenridge properties. They're just bordering somewhat the common area.
That's right, it's on the common area that's adjacent to Louis Stevens.
Thank you very much. And just to remind my fellow council members, the red means that you're still unmuted. Okay, so I'd entertain a motion to approve resolution authorizing right-of-way condemnation for Louis Stevens sidewalk.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Ravati with the motion and Mayor Potem Garamella with the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 7-0. Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is proclamations. We will have one proclamation read during the meeting this evening. There is also one other proclamation, the proclamation recognizing Senior National Fitness Day, which is included for reference on our agenda. At this time, Councilmember Scroggins Johnson will read the proclamation recognizing Huntington's Disease Awareness Month, after which Betsy A. McFarland, Executive Director of HD Reach, will be in attendance to receive and will join us up front at that time. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
Just trying to understand the microphones. Good evening. This proclamation does recognize May as Huntington's Disease Awareness Month. Whereas Huntington's disease is an inherited progressively degenerative neurological disease that causes total physical and mental deterioration over a 10 to 20 year period. And whereas the prevalence of Huntington's disease makes it a rare disease, there are over 10 million citizens in the state of North Carolina with Huntington's disease. And whereas there is a 50% chance for the children of Huntington's patients to inherit the disease and to continue to pass it down generation after generation. And whereas there has been great progress in medical research, there is still not a cure for those suffering from Huntington's disease. And whereas since 2009, HD Reach has been working to improve the care and quality of life of those affected by Huntington's disease in North Carolina through care management, referrals to healthcare and financial resources, family support, education, and anonymous genetic testing. And whereas the month of May is recognized internationally as Huntington's Disease Awareness Month. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Huntington's Disease Awareness Month in Morrisville, and urges all citizens to lend their support to HD Reach, medical institutions, and research teams in their efforts to serve patients and families with this devastating disease and to unravel the mysteries of treatment and an eventual cure. This is the 27th day of May, 2025, signed by Mayor T.J. Cawley and Caleb Bertling, Town Clerk. Would you like to come up?
Vicky, microphone.
What?
Oh, she's got it.
Oh.
Computer.
I have to say a few things.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We were really grateful for this recognition. We're finishing Huntington's Disease Awareness Month. Last year, we were at Morrisville Community Park for our Hope Walk, which was wonderful. It's a beautiful park. Mackenzie Luxmore also serves on the board of directors for HD Reach. And I was really pleased to hear you saying that part of the mission for Morrisville is enhanced quality of life and services for your citizens, which is exactly what HD Reach is about for those patients and families that are impacted by Huntington's disease. And for those of you who may not know, we describe Huntington's disease as a combination of Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and ALS. It has that neuromuscular degenerative impact. And what's devastating for people is that it strikes much younger than perhaps any of those diseases itself. So thank you so much for the recognition. We really appreciate it very much. And thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Don't we have to do a photo?
Yes, let's picture with everyone. You're fine. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I met you guys at the last year's walk. It's good to see you again. Next on the agenda is Morrisville Speaks, public comment. Please note this is general topics. Any comments on the budget will be heard during the agenda item just after admin reports, which are next. And that will be during the budget public hearing. Town Clerk Bertling, is there anyone signed up for public address tonight?
No one signed up this evening.
Okay. Is there anyone here in the room who'd like to speak on any topic other than budget for up to 3 minutes to address this body? Okay. Thank you very much. We'll just move on then.
Mayor Colley,
Yes, please.
we did receive one online public comment.
Thank you for the reminder. If you could go ahead and read that, if it was within our time window, that's acceptable.
Bob Butler, 112 Leecroft Way, Morrisville. I am the chairperson of the Morrisville Veterans Memorial Foundation, and for the last 4 to 5 months, Town Council has heard from a now former member of that foundation during this time at the Town Council meeting. The information you have heard from him and probably will continue to hear is replete with untruths and total misinformation. While this person has given a good amount of money to the foundation, he has consistently attempted to sabotage the project by parroting another former member's misconceived ideas about wanting the foundation to build a rock garden as a memorial, which is certainly not an appropriate memorial for deserving vets to who we owe our freedom. Facts seem to be inconvenient to this individual. There were no less than 6 opportunities for public input for the conceptual design of the memorial. There were 3 opportunities at the Veterans Foundation meetings where he could have invited other veterans to give their input. He not only didn't invite any of his veteran friends, but he and other former member missed 2 of those meetings. In fact, he has never invited any of his veteran friends to any foundation meeting since he has been involved. The town provided 3 public input sessions that were all well attended by residents, many of whom were veterans. So public input by both veteran and non-veteran citizens was encouraged and received. A conceptual design is just that, conceptual. It is not the construction documents. Details on the tree canopy and types of trees are not in the design concept. So environmental concerns are, at best, premature. There will not be any clear cutting of trees as the space is now just grass. On our foundation board is the chairperson of the Morrisville's Environment and Stormwater Citizens Advisory Committee. The environment is something that she strongly advocates for. What the foundation and citizens of veterans in Morrisville from public input intend is a place for quiet reflection of the sacrifices made by veterans, a place with a water feature to enhance that reflection. It will be a place that Morrisville will be proud of, and citizens of Morrisville and from neighboring towns will come and prayerfully thank those who have served and those who are currently serving. Thank you for listening to The Real Story.
Thank you, Town Clerk Bertling. As a reminder, we encourage the submission of written comments as well, as they offer a valuable way for community members to share their feedback, as we just heard. We are now at item 10, administrative reports. These are provided for information only. Does council have any specific questions regarding the administrative reports? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to item 11. This is public hearings. We have one public hearing on the FY 2026 proposed budget that's scheduled this evening. This public hearing opened on May 15th and is scheduled to close this evening. We now invite Town Manager Brendan Zudema forward to update council on the FY 2026 budget.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, members of council. Thank you for the time tonight. As a little bit of refresher for those that may be in the audience or those that are listening at home, we presented the proposed or recommended FY26 budget on May 13th. That followed a couple of work sessions along with work with you that began back as early as the retreat in January. The work that was also done with the community outreach to make sure that we were understanding not only your perspective and priorities, but also our community's perspective and priorities. So we went through several online opportunities as well as in-person opportunities, concluded that through our nothing but net approach to a bracket structure to play off of the March Madness basketball tournament to allow our residents and others to compare potential priorities to see what became the highest related or ranked priorities from the community. And not surprisingly, those align closely with what council had identified for their priorities as well, particularly speaking to quality of life in the neighborhoods and also public safety or community safety. So using that information, we developed the recommended budget that was presented to you, approximately $63.6 million for FY 2026. As we've discussed, this is a very conservative budget approach for us. We are aware of some concerns from our own professional contacts and communications and heard clearly from you that you had concerns, sometimes individually and I think as a body, about where the economy might go this fall, whether or not the R word might be coming, and what other concerns might be. So the approach we took was, first of all, that Byron Hayes, our financial services director, our chief financial officer, was very conservative in estimating revenues. We've discussed that a couple of those revenues were even estimated to decrease in FY 2026 as compared to FY 2025, so that we were safeguarding ourselves against what might be a downturn. In addition to that, we also looked at how we budgeted for this year. So using the somewhat reduced revenues that would be available under the model created, we also outlined approximately originally $800,000. I think after the discussion, after the last work session, that is now approximately $747,000 that would be budgeted and would be appropriated, but would not be spent until April of 26, after we had our second sales tax revenue report. Again, people ask why April. We're 3 months behind on how that information comes to the town. So generally by April, we would be getting sales tax reports through the Christmas holidays. And that's generally a good measure that would give us 6 months of the year's measure of where we are with sales tax revenue, which is really the largest revenue source we have that could be impacted by what's going on in the economy. Our property tax, our ad valorem, is fairly consistent and steady. That number is what it is. And again, our friends at Wake County collected a 99.9% rate, so we're not particularly concerned with that. Again, there could be impacts, but our experience and history would show that that's unlikely. So when we came back to you last time, we had set aside approximately $800,000. At that point, you had suggested that you were not comfortable with using $300,000 from our reserves. Our proposal initially was to hold $100,000 from each of those three reserves to be funded then in April. We clearly heard concerns from council, so we came back and instead showed you what could be withheld, and essentially, and I apologize, I misspoke. I said 7, it should be 669 is the current withholding against what would be in the budget. And so what you will see up on the screen in a second was there. There you go, thank you. So what we came back is showed you pulling out that $300,000 and essentially going to the other remaining items that could be delayed in this budget out of what was new. We arrived at about $169,000 to replace the $300,000 that was initially proposed. You can see there that all coincidentally turned out to be IT things that were requested. Again, data dashboard that would support our movement towards better data and metrics, smart city sensors, which would improve our ability to evaluate use of our courts. There we go. Thank you. Generative AI, we continue to work on that. We're currently piloting Microsoft Copilot, no pun intended, and then also additional Wi-Fi in the southern lot at Church Street Park. And then the request from IT, which is well justified based on workload and requests to the help desk for assistance. We have an IT specialist that's currently three-quarter time that would go to full-time based on an $18,000 request. So these were the end of the items that I felt that we could delay further. So we now sit at about $669,000 that would be delayed until April as part of our conservative approach to budgeting. I'm happy to take any questions you might have about that.
I have a question.
Councilmember Rao, please.
Excuse me. So when you're saying, and I apologize, I was gone for the last weeks, but moving into April would be, so we're saying like the smart city sensors, the dashboard, all these things they're going to be doing later this year.
So they would be funded in the budget. Our approach would be that our staff would review the sales tax revenue in early April, and assuming that our staff was comfortable that we were stable and that we were where we projected to be or better, we would then come back to council, share that with you, and seek permission to spend this $669,000 total, including this $169 that would be IT items. So there would be a delay in the start of the work that would involve these. There would also be a delay in adding that additional staff time to IT. In talking with Rick, Ralph, our CIO, he certainly understands where we're at. He has also reminded me that this work can certainly start in April, but because it would need to carry into FY 2027, it could impact or reduce other projects that they would be able to do in 2027, because Rick has a very specific work plan that he uses. And of course, when he requested these, his work plan would assume that these would be funded in 26. So they would work through these during FY 26 and move on to new projects in 27. Delaying these items would potentially delay some of what would have been the FY 2027 work, just from a capacity standpoint.
Okay, yeah, because I just want to, we've been getting a lot of momentum in those areas, and I just don't want to see it being delayed. I don't know if council has those concerns or not, but I'm just concerned about us losing momentum for some of the real progress we made in the tech. But if this is what everyone agrees with, then I'm fine with it. I'm not happy with it, but.
So, now this is the time for the discussion, so I'll go and then Councilmember Johnson. So appreciate staff bringing this back, but I'd like to suggest a different approach. Rather than actually delaying these important items, let's move forward with them to show our continued support for staff and our commitment to innovation and efficiency. Just as we choose to preserve longevity pay, I believe these investments reflect our values as a forward-thinking town. This is already a conservative budget with $1.2 million in fund balance built in and no expectation that that will actually be used. And on top of that, we have approximately $16 million in unassigned fund balance to safeguard us if revenues do fall short. So I'd like us to consider demonstrating that we believe in our staff and in Morrisville's future by keeping these strategic items in place. So those are my thoughts on that. Councilmember Johnson?
So, thank you, Brandon, for bringing this back up again. And we did talk about it at the last work session. I do want to say, I think Jeannie and Byron and the whole team, you all have done a fabulous job. You always do a fabulous job with budget and making sure that it is very conservative. You're very conservative and very what's the word? You're very intentional about what you do and the approach you take, and I've always appreciated that over the years. And this budget is no different. I think you did a fabulous job understanding the concerns of council, of myself included, and so I'm okay with leaving these in the budget to start working on them from day one. I don't
Okay.
need to hold these until April, that's me. But I do appreciate the exercise you went through, and then the other items that you are gonna hold until April too. So that's just my 2 cents at the moment, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rabati, please, followed by Councilmember Fender.
So if I understand all of your commentary correctly, you are in favor of pursuing these items now and also funding the reserves at the level that we had previously funded them. Is that correct? Okay, I'm also in favor of that approach.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
Yeah, I think the mayor and Councilmember Johnson make good points. You guys put together the budget very conservatively as it is, and so I would be in favor of not delaying that spending.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
I think this is a good compromise and allows us to move forward. I would echo Councilmember Johnson's approach so that we can activate some of that, those changes now. It'll maximize the value to the public as well as the town as a whole. And we are meeting our needs for reserves. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no one else, I think there's consensus around that, keeping them in.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. On behalf of Rick and his team, they appreciate that as well. So again, from there, we have then presented you with the other components of this recommended budget. Again, this budget includes a stable tax rate at 35 cents. There is no recommended increase to that tax rate. Excuse me, sorry. There is also no solid waste fee proposed. We've had that conversation with you, had a lot of good in-depth work through that, and felt that now is not the time. So we appreciate that. We did not recommend any other solid waste. SW keeps getting me. No solid waste fee in this budget. So that will still continue to be funded out of the general fund. So from there, we did have some questions from you after our last discussion, I think particularly about parks fees. So we'd like to circle back to that and work through some of those with you. See if I can drive now. All right, so we've already sort of started into what we're doing here. So for Cedar Fork Community Center, just wanted to clarify that this is what I think we were asked to do, which was to leave Camp Cedar Fork at $168 for residents, not increase it. And so that shows from 25 to 26. The only change is the non-resident rate. Kids Night Out, again, goes up slightly, and that's due to market comparisons. And then Teen Night goes up slightly due to market comparisons for that service. Also, there was conversation about Morrisville Aquatics and Fitness Center and sticking with the current age brackets. This slide shows you the FY25 age brackets, shows you what was proposed for the FY26 by staff, and then shows what the revised brackets would be if we held them steady, which would be the same as what they are now. Again, the recommendation from Parks and Rec staff was to change this to align with all the other programming that they use, the age brackets that are shown there in the center column. It also does have some level of impact on their rules and procedures in terms of speaking to, when does a young person, a youth need to be escorted. So technically right now that would say that a 22-year-old needs to be escorted because they're technically a youth. So there's some changes. If we stay with the current, there's some changes that would be need to make some rules that they had planned for with the intention to move to the revised age brackets. But as of right now, the fee schedule and the operations at MAFC would show that the age brackets hold steady from FY '25. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I, for one, I'm in favor of staff's initial recommendations for both so that they can efficiently and effectively run the operations for our residents in a clear and consistent manner now and into the future. But staff is looking for more feedback because we only had 4 people at the table last time. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
So I was one of the council members that suggests that we maintain the age brackets from the current 2025 framework through 2026. Part of my justification for that was related to rates. There are different rates for the different age groups, and I felt that it is more fair for the youth bracket to extend to 22 years due to the fact that a lot of those individuals would be in school. And whether, beyond high school in some capacity, and it's also very difficult to start out, and that was a more favorable way of bridging that gap, as well as looking at that programming from that. And as far as the policy goes, when applying it blanketly to 15 to 22-year-olds, I would recommend that the policy be revised to separate 15 to 17 and then 18 to 22 years as appropriate. It's not enough of an excuse to say, well, the 22-year-olds should be in the adults as it relates to rates because our policy has a certain way of working through. I think this is related mostly to the rates that we charge and the programming that we charge. And I think we should relook at the policy and how you're finding some conflicts and revise the policy to align with who an adult is as far as behavior or chaperoning. That's different than a financial approach to the programming in MAFC, if that makes sense. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Fender, please.
I agree with Councilmember Scroggins Johnson. I think it's important to keep the rate lower for college age young adults. I don't know if it would make more sense or help or hinder if you had a 4th age bracket that was for students 18 to 22. But either way, I agree with what Councilmember Scroggins Johnson said with regards to the policy, that, the rates versus policy are 2 separate things. And I think it's important to keep the rates low for students, and maybe the policy has to change.
Councilmember Abadi, please.
I actually had just put my card up to say what Councilmember Fender just said. I think that we can keep the rates low for students without, nonsense about having them supervised if they're 18 to 22 years old. I agree that a 4th bracket appears to solve that problem. Is there some reason not to do that you're aware of?
No, I think that's primarily based around the way that we handle registration in other sports. Those age brackets that are shown in the middle are the age brackets for essentially everything else that Parks and Rec does except for MAFC.
Right, so, but we don't, if we created this bracket, even if we applied it across everything, we could still lump the students and the adults together for programming purposes and just not for rate purposes. The students could pay a different rate, couldn't they?
You could.
Councilmember Johnston, please.
So I'm just going to repeat what we've heard already. I'm in agreement. I think we're talking about rates here, not about any other kind of policy that we enact. And these were rates specifically for the Morrisville Aquatics and Fitness Center. So I too believe we should continue to treat our young adults that are probably in college or just starting out, and keep them in that separate category, however, whatever you want to call it. Call it young adults, don't call it youth, call it whatever. That probably creates a different problem for y'all, but whatever you want to call it, that's fine. But keep the age brackets. Again, this is specifically for rates. I'm not asking for any other changes, so.
I don't see anyone else. Have you heard what you need to know?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, excellent.
So then, speaking to the Morrisville Senior Center, Parks and Rec has done some more analysis of that, which I appreciate and want to share with you, because I'm going to show you on the next slide a $10 proposed non-resident fee, and then some options around what residents would do. But basically what they did was took a look at what is the 26 expense budget, rounded a bit, we're not to the penny here, but approximately $5 million, and they anticipate right now approximately $1.7 million in revenue. So that nets the expenses at about $3.3 million, the population being roughly 32,000. So when you look at that, it's approximately $103 per resident that is supporting parks. So if you then translate that into, seniors primarily using the senior center, what's being recommended is a $10 a month fee, which equates to about $120, or if they wanted to pay on an annual basis, it could be $100. And I'll go into this chart a little bit more. So this is in response to questions about whether or not residents should pay for services at the Morrisville Senior Center. So the first column that you see is what was proposed before January, and that was to continue what we're doing. Because staff feels like the opportunity to open the new expanded center is a logical time to add a fee, as we'll be having more offerings and expanded opportunities. So this is what we're doing right now, and what we would propose doing in the first half of FY26, which is there is no user fee at the senior center, and that the socials will be $5 for resident, $7 for non-resident, and then $12 holiday luncheon or other luncheons for residents, $15 for non-residents. So it's after January 1st, and again, I'm using that loosely because we intend to tie that to the opening of the expanded center. Right now, don't believe that'll be January. Believe that's later in the fiscal year, but we'll adjust for that as we get some design work going and see what that timeline is more realistically. So in the middle is a proposal that does show fees for residents. So what that shows is, and this is on premise, because we're not talking trips. We've already said that everybody will pay for their rate for the trip to cover, whether it's a bus or a meal or a ticket, whatever that is. So this is everything at the center. So there would be no user fee for residents. Non-residents would pay that $10 monthly fee, or if they chose to pay it up in front, that would be a $100 annual fee, so they would save $20. And then for the socials, because the non-residents would be paying a fee that can roughly equate to what residents are paying to support it, we recommend that both residents and non-residents would pay $5 for the ice cream social, the witch's tea, the smaller events, and that they would both pay $12 for the larger luncheons, holiday lunch, that sort of thing. So because they would both be, in essence, either through their tax base or through that $10 fee for non-residents, they'd be contributing, so everybody would pay the same. On the right-hand side is the alternative proposal, which we spoke about last time, which would be that there would not be a resident fee for on-premise. So again, nothing for residents, that same $10 monthly or $100 annual rate for non-residents. And then you would see that the residents would not pay for socials, non-residents would pay the $5. Luncheons, residents would pay $0, non-residents would pay $12. So really looking for feedback on either the second or the third column to come in effect as we move into the expanded facility. Happy to take questions or comments or open to discussion.
Councilmember Johnson, please.
So thank you, Brandon. I appreciate these alternatives, and I appreciate y'all taking the time, because I was I didn't realize, I'm so glad I asked the question at the work session, because I didn't realize what was proposed in the budget. And, you know, not that I have surveyed every senior in town, and certainly not every senior at the senior center, but I did approach a couple of folks and ask their opinion, and again, the folks that I spoke to, none were opposed to continuing to pay a fee for the holiday lunches. They are fine with that. I think this discussion started because the fees were going to be increased significantly, and that caused a problem. And I would agree with that. And, you know, I told you, Brandon and I had our meeting, our monthly meeting today. I think when a buffet luncheon at the senior center reaches the point of being as much, if not more, than going out to a restaurant and being served and picking off the menu and paying with tax and tip, then we have a problem. And that's kind of where we were headed. So this is not that. So I think you have support from a lot of the seniors, at least the ones, again, the handful that I've spoken to. And I like the middle column where there are tiers that, you know, because some of these social events do not rise to costing much money. So I like that you have tiers, and I like the fact that they will stay at these rates as well. Everybody knows what they will be, and they will not increase. So I appreciate that too.
Thank you. Councilmember Rabati, followed by Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
I'm also fine with the proposed fees in the middle column. And I think that another reason to have some type of nominal fee for socials, for really anything where there's going to be a finite number of people who can participate, is that I think if you've signed up for something and you've paid for it, you're way more likely to show up, even if you haven't paid that much. And I don't want us to get into a situation where people are signing up and then the room's half empty because people don't show at the last minute because it's a free event. So I think that the combination of non-residents paying a monthly fee, and then for, you know, tier 1 socials, tier 2 socials that could be defined as something special, I think that it's fine for people to pay a fee. So I'm fine with the proposed fees.
Thank you. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
So thank you for this additional work, and I really appreciate knowing that the offset differential is about $100 a year. So a $10 a month non-resident fee normalizes, and it kind of equalizes the engagement cost for all the attendees. So when you sign up for a program, it's $5. It doesn't matter if you're resident or non-resident. If a non-resident pays that $10 membership fee, if you will. It just is simpler for everybody who's social, and it's simpler for staffing as well. The only exception that I would ask is that the senior day, the annual senior day, that still be free.
We can certainly accommodate that.
Yeah, but the rest of it, I am in support of the middle column as well.
Thank you.
I support the middle column. Thank you very much. I turned it off instead of on. I support the middle column as well. Councilmember Rao, please.
Support the fees.
Okay. Okay. I think that's everyone who wants to weigh in on that. I think you've got
We do.
support for the middle column. Thank you.
Thank you. So
Catching that.
for me, that's what we heard that we needed to bring back and discuss with you tonight. But certainly don't want to make that assumption and want to give you an opportunity if there are other questions or comments you would like to have us address regarding the recommended budget.
And we're having the public hearing right after this, so we can discuss now and then, or we can have public hearing. It's up to the will of the council. Does anyone have anything that they want to share right now? Councilmember Rabati, please.
I'd just like to say that I think that you all did a really good job in a year when we had told you that there was no council appetite for any type of tax increase or fee increase. I think you and the staff did a really good job of bringing us back a budget that provides for some upticks in services and some upticks in staff and just, you know, a very conservative budget, which is what we're looking for. But I think you did a great job of threading that needle, and I just wanted to extend my thanks to you and the staff.
Thank you. Very fortunate to work with an amazing team, you know, from our leadership team doing their due diligence to put things together, and then up through certainly our financial services team under Byron's leadership and guidance. And then, you know, my peers on the senior leadership team have all supported this as well. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other comments at this time. We can go ahead and move to the public hearing. So I'd like to recognize Town Clerk Bertling. Is there anyone signed up for the public hearing on this budget?
There is not.
Okay, is there anyone here in the room who would like to speak on the budget for up to 3 minutes? Okay, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Johnson, a second from Mayor Pro Tem Garamella. All those in favor of closing the public hearing on the FY 2026 budget, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries 7-0 unanimously. Now we're to discuss or make comments about the budget, and then I'll entertain a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Garamella.
I think I'm satisfied with all the changes, and in fact, I am ready to vote on the budget today.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Rao.
I'm ready to vote on the budget. I would like to make a motion this time for the budget. One question I had is, can we make comments after we vote, or do we want to make comments before?
I think we can entertain a motion, then we'll have some discussion for the comments, and then we'll vote.
Okay.
If that
all
works
right.
for everybody, does that timing-wise go okay? So we have the written motion. I would like to ask that it be include, I'm not sure about the correct wording, but $169,000 should be notated that we're going to start that on July 1st rather than have it, because right now it's removed, is my understanding.
So quite honestly, I don't believe you need to reference that in terms of the ordinances because it was funded either way. It's just a matter of when we implement it.
Okay.
So that's more of a practice than an ordinance issue. So I think the only thing, if I may, I would suggest is that you would acknowledge the senior center fees as recommended tonight, because that would be different from what was in the recommended budget. But unless I'm missing anything, team, I think that's the only thing we need to reference. So if you would just reference that you're making a motion to adopt these ordinances with the exception identified tonight, that would address what we need.
Could you add that? Could you please? Go
So
ahead.
I would say, don't be
As recommended.
specific to the senior center
No,
fees.
just as amendments, edits as discussed tonight.
Okay, so make a motion that we approve it. All right.
As discussed tonight.
I'd like to
Okay.
recognize Councilmember Rao for a motion.
Okay. You got me a little nervous now.
It's only the town's future, not a big deal.
Could be my- could be my-
Council, I'll also mention that the ordinance language that you have there inclusive of council-directed adjustments. So that should be inclusive of what you all discussed tonight.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
number one already has the wording embedded.
Yes.
So just read it as there.
Okay, all right,
Please
good.
make sure your mic is on.
It's on.
Okay, the light's not on. but that's fine.
All right. I make a motion that we approve ordinance 2025-126A, establishing the fiscal 2026 annual operating budget and CIP inclusive of council-directed adjustments, approving resolution 2025-126B, authorizing both Durham County and Wake County to levy taxes and collect specified taxes and fees on behalf of the town, and ordinance 2025-126C, authorizing the fiscal year 2026 capital budget as outlined by the CIP.
I'll second.
Okay. At this time, we'll have some comments and discussion, and then we'll take that vote. I'd like to say thank you very much to staff and all the residents for all their input. We really appreciate it. This was really a team effort making all of this happen, so thank you all very much. Anyone else like to say anything? Councilmember Rao?
I just want to thank the council and the staff and the engaged residents of our town for leading us to this point of approving a budget. It's never easy to approve a perfect budget. It's about balancing priorities, values, and vision. And I think this budget does maintain our commitment to fiscal responsibility, but makes the investments in infrastructure, parks, greenways, and just the services our residents depend on every day. And what makes more special is the fact that we're just such a great team and we're doing really great things to move our town forward. So I've been so proud to be a part of it. And thank you all so much for all of you, the council and the staff and the residents who are listening today. We're grateful. I'm grateful. And thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, followed by Councilmember Scargill Johnson, please.
No, I think I too agree. This was a good budget. I think the retreat was the point where we had decided no increase in taxes and also no trash fee at the time. And also very appreciative of staff of not reducing any money from the reserve funds, which are needed, because money goes quickly. And that, and then all the changes for the fee structures and other stuff. It was a good compromise, and I think Brandon got the staff that he wanted, hopefully. But I think it's overall, it is, we have come a long way, and it's a big step. Now, the baton is in your hand to execute it and bring us to fruition. Thank you so much for the rest of the staff, Jeannie, Byron. I know you guys are silent, but I know how many months of work. We're trying to reduce one meeting on Thursday, so we'll vote it today. 2 meetings?
We have one this Thursday and one next Thursday.
Oh.
We have to talk about that too.
Councilmember Scargill Johnson, followed by Councilmember Johnson, please.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to our public, our residents, and our businesses for providing us with feedback. And that feedback was not just during the budget cycle for fiscal year 26, but it was also starting with fiscal year 25. We heard from our public that the last increase was a significant impact to their quality of life. And we took that to heart. Starting with our budget retreat, we looked at ways and tried to be innovative about balancing the need to innovate and move the town projects forward and raise level of service while maintaining a budget that would not impact the way that it did last year. The town did grow between 25 and 26. We had some natural growth, not as high as the years in the past, but we did have some natural growth, which allowed us to strategically infuse funding to maximize our budget. We also heard that a waste fee was not a positive thing on the impact of our residents, so we held the waste fee at the current level, which is no additional cost to the residents. We have to thank our Public Works team at the savvy negotiation in order to keep that service cost at the same level of as we have in years past. So that really kind of was the tipping point where we can work together, be innovative, and also maximize value to our town. So I thank the Public Works, but I also thank our amazing budget team and staff who submitted proposals, reworked, come up with more answers, worked on the FAQ, reworked again and again. So that it's very much appreciated because now we're able to move forward and activate new and exciting things. We have work sessions this evening that will look at our next big project, Town Center, and again, at our Church Street Park. So that is something we could not have done if we had done the homework and set the stage for our budgets, both in fiscal year 25 as well as 26. So thank you all for your help and support.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson, please.
So I'm just going to echo everything that everybody's said. I agree with all the comments so far. I do want to thank staff, and I want to tell you, Byron, you are a joy to work with. You are a joy to work with. Jeannie, you have always been a joy to work with. It is a joy, Byron, to work with you as well, so thank you. And to the public that may not know or understand this, adopting a budget, once a budget is adopted, there is a whole heck of a lot amount of work that has to happen to get it ready by July 1. Our budget year starts on July 1. So by adopting this budget in the end of May and giving our staff an additional 2 weeks to do all that work is, I'm sure, is like heaven to them. So I'm glad we could do this in May. We don't always do this. Maybe we should make it a practice. We have done it in the past. Sometimes some years are easier than others to adopt a budget at the end of May, but I'm glad we could do it this year. So thank you all very much for all your hard work.
Okay. So a motion was made by Councilmember Rao and seconded by Councilmember Johnson to approve ordinance 2025-126-A, establishing the fiscal year 2026 annual operating budget and CIP, inclusive of council-directed adjustments, to approve Resolution 2025-126-B, authorizing both Durham County and Wake County to levy taxes and collect specified taxes and fees on behalf of the town, and to approve Ordinance 2025-126-C, authorizing the fiscal year 2026 capital budget as outlined by the CIP. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 7-0. Thank you very much to staff. We have a budget. Okay, as was alluded to moments ago, with the adoption of the FY 2026 budget, is there a motion and second to cancel the budget work sessions scheduled for May 29th and June 5th? I have a motion by
Absolutely
Councilmember
moved.
Body.
With full concurrence.
Looking for a second,
Second.
and a second from Councilmember Scoggins Johnson. All those in favor of canceling those work sessions, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously as well. Thank you very much. Moving on to council and manager comments area. Right now, first I'd like to mention that for a full listing of events, please see our town calendar at www.morrisvillenc.gov for upcoming events. First off, please save the date for July 3rd. Our Red, White, and Boom is always a really wonderful event. So council member comments, Councilmember Rabati will share first and will be followed by Councilmember Fender.
Councilmember Ravati has no comments. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Rao.
No comment.
Councilmember Rao, followed by Councilmember Scoggins Johnson.
I have 14 comments, just kidding. I want to, first of all, I do have 3 things I want to say. I want to, one thing I want to talk to the council about is I think we should, the Veterans Memorial came up today, and I went to a number of Memorial Day events yesterday. I do think we should organize some tours to go look at other memorials in the Wake County. I saw some really nice memorials, and I think it's really great for our committee to go look at the ones in Nightdale, Garner, and others. So I'll send a separate email to everyone about that. But I think it was eye-opening, and we might learn about costs and things like that. I want to wish Sonia Rao all the best as she begins the New York Times, Morrisville resident next week. President Point's 15th anniversary, congratulations for them. And a shout out to our Special Olympics torch run. We were all there. The final thing I'll say, I've been getting a few calls and emails from residents about our EMS service. And there was a situation in Morrisville where EMS didn't get as quickly somewhere and they had to call, they had to drive the person to the hospital. But I want to commend Commissioner Mile and County Manager Ellis for increasing EMS service. And I think, it's something that we have to look at anywhere around the county as we're growing, but even in Morrisville. So I just wanted to say that. And, it's an example of the residents reaching out to the county. I want to thank David Ellis for taking some of the feedback from our own residents in the town. So that's all I'm with today. And looking forward to a good evening, good meeting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Scargins Johnson, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Garamella.
No comments, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, followed by Councilmember Johnson, please.
No.
Councilmember Johnson, followed by myself.
No comments?
I just have one visual comment. Go Canes. Let's take it to them. Okay. At this time, Town Manager Zudema, do you have any comments, sir?
Just one, sir. Just a reminder to everyone in the room, and council's aware of this, but also who may be watching, our planning department is leading the Morrisville Alternative Transit Study, and they have a survey that is out. That survey concludes this Friday. We're looking for as much feedback as we can get on that. So if our residents and others would like to go to our website and go to the planning page and then the transportation page, the survey's available there. Again, closes Friday, so we'd like to get as many responses as we can to that to make sure that informed decisions are being made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's already been shared on social media quite a bit.
Yes, sir, it's out there.
Yes, it is. Okay. Thank you very much. At this time, we're scheduled to take a 10-minute break. So if we can please reconvene down at the table with our blue things and bring the microphones as well. Is that correct? Okay, so please reconvene down there at 7:14. Thank you very much. you very much. We're back from break. I was a minute late because I was talking cricket out in the lobby with a friend, so that was very exciting. And now here we are talking about it again. We have 2 work sessions scheduled for this evening. We now invite Kyle Cooper, Capital Projects Manager, and Mark Spagnoli, Director of Engineering, and John Scott Coley, BDP Pattern, to the table to facilitate discussion. Sir.
So, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Mark Spagnoli, Director of Engineering. Tonight we have a work session presentation from our consultant team on the Church Street Visioning Study. We're right now, this is not a final product, this is an update to what we've been working on. All the council members were invited and many participated, as well as the community members, other stakeholders, different department heads and so forth on what we've been working on thus far. BDP is our consultant team. They're out of the UK. They're experts in design and implementation of other cricket venues across the world, as well as other sport venues. So they were selected through a selection process by the town. And as part of that team is also creative economic development. So they're here today to give a presentation and update on the project. I'll pass it over to John Scott Coley.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is John Scott. I'm a Canadian-born, British-trained architect working in London. I'm a specialist in sports buildings and master plans, including cricket venues. I thought I had a pretty interesting job, but you guys take the cake. You just passed a town budget, which seemed really interesting. So congratulations to you all. Thank you so much for inviting me to talk about cricket here in Morrisville. Hopefully the clicker's working. I work for a Building Design Partnership, or BDP, and we've been appointed to prepare a vision for Morrisville's cricket facilities. I'm joined by my colleague, Penny Whitehart, Senior Consultant at Creative Economic Development Consulting. We're about 80% through our work, and this presentation is an interim update of our progress so far, and also what we're going to be doing next for you. Our work is proceeded in a sequence, each part following on from the one before. So first we undertook a site evaluation of what you have already in the town. Then we performed a needs assessment with stakeholders from around the town of Morrisville. Then we've proposed a design vision, which has now been costed. And the final piece, which we've recently started but yet to complete, is the total economic impact study. And Penny will tell us about that near the end of the presentation. So our report is in draft, but it's not finalized yet. So any questions and clarifications that you raise here, we'll be able to address in the final report. But before I begin properly, I just want to extend my gratitude to the staff and managers here at the town of Morrisville. I've worked on projects in a dozen countries, and I've been so impressed by the skill and the professionalism showed by your team here. And I'm just very grateful for their input and feedback in the project so far. So thank you.
We're not surprised.
Okay, so from day one, we understood that a clear ambition from the town to enhance Morrisville's capability and ability to host top-level cricket whilst keeping public access to its parks. Our vision in response to that is that Church Street Park should be America's favorite cricket ground. It's not going to be the biggest, it's not going to have the most facilities, but it's going to be the one that everyone wants to come back to time and time again. It should be a place that we're able to bring the incredible landscape that you have here in North Carolina right into the experience of cricket. And we call this idea cricket in the woods. And yet there should remain access to the park that's already there so it can be used by the people of Morrisville year round. So assessment. Our assessment really is focused on Church Street Park, which is in the which we see as the sort of center of cricket here in Morrisville. And also Shiloh Park, a local community park with some cricket facilities, but with great potential to become a kind of sister site to Church Street Park for the cricket activities that happen there. Now, Church Street is a very special park. It's a wonderful place to watch cricket. We heard this from your stakeholders and your partners that host matches there. It's naturally enclosed by this kind of incredible canopy of pine trees. And when loaded with quite a lot of temporary facilities, it can host cricket matches with a capacity of up to 3,000 spectators. The playing surface, however, is not at a professional level. It's effectively a community field that has been very lovingly and expertly coaxed into being used as a professional field. And that comes, I think, from the commitment of the town's public works team that maintain it. But there's insufficient lighting for broadcasting, and there isn't enough shade for spectators on hot days. And our conclusion from this is that we really need to maximize the potential for Church Street Park to become an amazing home for cricket here in Morrisville. But we heard from the town stakeholders that Church Street Park, as it is today, is holding the town back in its ambitions. A 10-year agreement that you've signed with Major League Cricket isn't meeting the financial objectives and the expectations that you had for when you signed it. There have been some missed opportunities to attract international and national matches here. The playing surface and the lighting mean that there's some costly constraints on the type of matches and when they can be played in the course of the day. And the professional matches, when they do happen, they require a lot of temporary facilities, which are costly and not of an attractive quality to be really competitive for the other facilities that are that are out there. So we, however, see the opportunity to change all this with a vision for Church Street Park. Now, in our discussions, I think parking came to the forefront right away. There is limited parking at Church Street Park, and the obvious question is, surely if we're going to expand the capacity for cricket there, surely we're going to need to have a lot more parking. And this is where we engage with your transport planners. We have an in-house transport planner that came to Morrisville and sat down with your team here. And through that engagement, we heard of the congestion that can occur in and around the park, not, well, day-to-day rush hour, but particularly during matches. And it's sort of through that engagement that we learned that it's actually the road network leading to the park that's your sort of limiting factor here. Even taking into account planned improvements to McCrimmon Parkway and the planned flyover, that doesn't have the capacity to bring in a lot of extra vehicle movements, particularly when we take into account the kind of natural growth that Morrisville is experiencing, as well as the sort of planned transit-oriented developments just adjacent. So we were encouraged to look farther afield at the land adjacent to Church Street Park, partly to consider this as an additional parking area, but also as a potential site for maybe a whole new cricket ground entirely. So specifically, we looked at the area, the easement underneath the high voltage lines that are owned by Duke Energy, and also the land parcels owned just adjacent to that, owned by kind of major businesses in the area. Now, we found these areas problematic with restrictive zoning restrictions, some challenging topography, existing habitat and watercourses that we thought would be difficult to kind of mitigate when considered construction there. The cost in terms of money to acquire the land and then build something brand new there, as well as the time it would take to then make those negotiations and be able to get that construction sort of permitted and agreed, we felt was not going to bring you a very good return on investment, particularly when we saw that there were really good opportunities at Church Street Park to progress a progressive vision. So, and ultimately, we're still dealing with the same kind of restrictions which are outside the boundary of Church Street Park itself. You could flatten this forest with asphalt as a whole new parking lot, but you still have the same roads leading to them that will still get congested in the same ways. And so we think that the traffic modeling that has been done to date really tells quite a compelling story, that once you take into account the kind of developments within the town, the general growth, there's actually a drive to kind of reduce the vehicle movements coming to Church Street Park on a match day, especially for these really major events. So to enable the vision for Church Street Park, then, we're proposing a strategy that the town, I think, is already familiar with, which is a real embracing park and ride and park and walk strategies. So our studies indicate that there's a large area within a 30-minute walk of Church Street Park with plenty of places for parking and drop-off positions. There are cycleways and greenways that we think can really be leveraged, can really be promoted as sustainable and healthy routes to the game. And what we've seen at different sports around the world is that there's a real, a big component of coming to a sporting event is that walk up. We call it the last mile. That anticipation as you're joining up with other fans and you're kind of moving as a group towards the sport sporting venue, the stadium, the arena, the cricket ground. And we think there's a real opportunity to think about hosting an event, a cricket event within Morrisville, beyond just what's happening at the park, but to think about it as a whole kind of town affair where you can start to promote activations or get sponsors to kind of do things along the route that really make that walk up to the ground something really kind of special. And we envisioned that there could be really good partnerships with local bars and restaurants and other local businesses around the city, so that you can kind of spread the benefit of what's happening at Church Street Park across the whole town. So before we move on to the kind of what we think the actual sort of vision is, I might just pause there if there's any questions or comments so far. We'll have a proper kind of Q&A session at the end, but I just thought I'd pause there.
Councilmember Abadi, please.
Could you just describe the stakeholder pool that you engaged with in order while you were formulating these plans?
Yep. So we met with kind of, I think, most teams and departments within the town of Morrisville: Public Works, Parks and Recreation, Town Planning. We also met with Major League Cricket, and we met with the curator that you have appointed. He joined us from Australia to talk about the kind of pitch conditions and things like that. We had kind of brief engagement with Wake County Planning. So I feel like we had a very kind of initial discussion as well with sort of police and emergency services as well. So I think we had a further update as well from when we start talking about Shiloh Park. We met with sort of a local resident who was able to share with us kind of the history of Shiloh Park and its importance within the community.
We talked to DOT also, and
Duke Energy.
Is your mic on?
Duke Energy.
Duke Energy, yes, I'm sorry.
Is your mic on?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. So that was Duke Energy and DOT also.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
So, no, I got it. So, can you go back to the slide? Sorry. Where's Bianca? Okay, if you can go back a couple of slides about the transport thing. Yeah, this one. I saw this slide, and first, I got to appreciate some of the renderings were just amazing. It felt, wow, just imagining like taking that and converting into a real story that, was really good. But I have a couple of questions here. The second point on logistic difficulties could have to rebuild or turn off HV to permit conditions. Where did you come up with that?
That's our sort of assessment. So I should say that when I say our and BDP's team, I'm an architect by training, but we brought with us landscape architects, civil engineers, transport planners.
So the reason I say that, that's incorrect, because we have Ting Park, which has high tension wires, and they have used it as a parking lot. Like heavily, all parking lots are fully under that. And then also the 5 Conti Stadium also is under the high tension wires.
Yeah.
So they have pretty much utilized pretty good, because that to me is an incorrect statement. Like 2 towns have already done those kind of things, and I'm sure many out there.
No, and if I could just comment on that, we did have discussions about that. The reason why we left the bullet point is because, so some of the lines that run there are the transmission lines and some are distribution. So some of the distribution lines are at different elevation, and we may have to make some adjustments if we were gonna proceed with some kind of parking there. Maybe saying turning them off is a little extreme, but there would potentially be some relocation of some of the lines, or maybe even some underground, because they're not the same as the transmission lines that are much higher up. The distribution ones are lower elevation. So if we were to proceed with that, there could be some additional infrastructure costs that we had. I mean,
but
turning them off maybe is
not
extreme.
the level to turn off HV lines.
Yeah, maybe a little extreme to say turn off, but yeah.
Yeah, because that didn't make sense. And then the other one, this one, there is an easement, right, from Fujifilm Diason for the 540 connection. that was already marked there. So I want to ensure that that's currently being represented, because that's not the whole as one lot. The idea was to use the high tension wires and the right of way that Fujifilm has already allocated to the DOT, so that that could be used. And if possible, one other point that we didn't talk to was RTP at that time, because they own that along with Fujifilm Diosynth.
Yes, I think if I'm understanding you correctly, this sort of area here
Yes, there's
is a rose, or
there's
was
a
a
right
rose,
of way.
but I understood that that had been sold to Dyson relatively recently.
Yeah. I don't think that the actual road right-of-way still exists under DOT. It's actually, if you look up their property records, it's owned by Fuji Dyson. That all these obstacles can be overcome. I think ultimately what BDP is trying to say is that there's a pretty high cost to develop the parking lot there, and the benefit is, I don't want to say questionable because of the infrastructure roadway network that leads to it. If you build 3,000 parking spaces there and you can't get the 3,000 cars in, then building the parking lot may not have been as beneficial as it could have been. But we're just providing that as information at this point. We certainly want to get into the vision and show you how we want to accomplish getting there with or without the parking lot.
Yeah, and I agree, and because parking is the biggest problem on this, and just one more nugget there is, I talked to the Wake County construction area superintendent, Parkside, no, is the Morrisville High School, which is on Davis, is getting a huge parking deck. And that could be utilized because it's a straight line all across. If you look at it, it's a straight shot, and they are having like 200 to 300 parking lot garage that's coming up.
Yeah,
That's great.
I think we're certainly seeing in a lot of the projects that we work on, there's a trend away from providing parking at the venue itself, and we're relying on a kind of mixed mode of getting people to and from the venue through public transport or cycling or walking or shuttles. And I think being able to kind of leverage what is actually a lot of open space, a lot of open parking around the site is it just makes good sense, really, because you're bringing more people involved, and you're also not having to build more asphalt. Okay. So what is our vision for Church Street? Well, first let's outline what we heard from the stakeholders that we spoke to. We heard clearly that Church Street Park is a boutique cricket oval with its own special character. We heard that it needs to be great for competitive cricket, that 6,000 to 9,000 seats would be an ideal capacity based on what Major League Cricket thinks the demand is in this market. That there could be facilities for year-round use and events, and critically, that's a really important component of being able to make revenue year-round that could support the running of the venue. And that there would be a way to keep the cricket areas secure, but while making sure that Church Street Park is still accessible and well used by the people of Morrisville. So we see that brief or program, if you will, fitting into an idealized diagram a bit like this. So access onto the park is from kind of Church Street, that's on the right side of the diagram, and a new access from the Shiloh Greenway on the left. We leave space for sight screens and broadcast cameras immediately over the bowler's arms. That's directly north and south of the central pitches. And that allows us to place pavilions or seating areas in one or two of the four corners of the site, while still allowing us to kind of make new arrival points so that there's a sort of sense of occasion and a sense of arrival at the venue. And crucially, we're proposing this kind of green bank is built around the cricket oval, which provides some informal seating, but also provides a nice path that allows park goers to go right around the outside of the oval. So the resulting plan looks something like this. this is a little hard to point whilst being behind me here, but the bank surrounds the cricket oval, providing kind of picnic seating for about 2,000 fans. So that is sort of right here. There's a continuous sort of path on the top of that bank that allows for fans and parkgoers to go all the way around the cricket oval. There's a new cricket playing surface that's built, slightly lower than the existing one. That's to sort of enhance the bank seating. New broadcast lighting is installed. A new pavilion for spectators is constructed for about 5,300 seated spectators. So that's up here, number 4. And as a sort of counterpoint, a players' pavilion houses kind of world-class facilities for players, media, and match officials, as well as seats for about 2,000 spectators. So it's just bottom right-hand corner there. In total, we see the cricket ground could host up to about 9,300 fans. Beyond that, parking is reconfigured along the northern boundary of the site, whilst a new pedestrian entrance is opened up off the Shiloh Greenway. We're proposing kind of a number of enhancements to the parkland and circulation routes, including new play spaces, picnic areas, boardwalks, to kind of make this a really unique park within Morrisville. And finally, we're suggesting that new maintenance facilities are provided both in the Players Pavilion and to the south of the site, just here. The pavilions are the main interventions for the site. And we see these as kind of very simple but elegant structures that are on either side of the cricket oval. They would enhance but not compete with this kind of incredible backdrop of pines that makes Church Street Park, gives it its special character. And we imagine them with roofs for shade, open concourses for kind of natural breezes, spaces for spectators, players, hospitality users, media, and match officials. Now, some of our precedents include stadiums with bright fabric roofs, rooftop bars and decks. Hagley Park in New Zealand, with its very generous picnic bank down in the bottom left-hand corner there, is a kind of key precedent for us because it can grow and shrink in terms of capacity depending on the kind of match that they're hosting there. And then one of our own projects, Emirates Old Trafford, with kind of its big event rooms, so that really drives a very vibrant kind of conference and events business that subsidizes effectively the cricket the cricket club that is housed there. We see the Spectators Pavilion as being the kind of main showpiece of a new Church Street Park cricket ground. It features a new grandstand with comfortable shaded seating for the cricket. But a success of a cricket ground like this is its ability to work year-round for non-cricket events. And so what we're proposing is to have a mix of uses within that building that might include like a retail store and a cafe on the ground floor to kind of activate the park and the surrounding public realm year-round. And on the second floor, hospitality lounges and suites that can host conferences and events. This artist impression of the pavilion starts to illustrate that vision. Kids are playing on the bank, people are strolling around the park. The pavilion is full of fans, but some are out on open decks, taking in the views in the air. And all of this, framing all of this, is this amazing pine forest that you have here. I'm sorry if I've mentioned that a few times, but you might not see it anymore, being that you live here, but as an outsider, it's just an absolutely amazing landscape to land into. So. On the other side of the cricket oval, we envisage a smaller players' pavilion with some seating for fans, but mainly as a place for players, media, and match officials. These spaces, paired with the kind of more foundational upgrades to the playing surface and the broadcast lighting, go a long way to making Church Street Park a much more attractive venue for top-flight cricket. And I think this also means these spaces, I think, can also be very easily repurposed for community-level cricket. When you don't have the sort of top flight events here. So again, this artist's impression suggests how the new pavilion would be used on a match day as a grandstand, but sort of set within that unique character of cricket in the woods. And it's worth noting here how we expect the pavilions to work within the park. We imagine that the edge of the cricket oval would be a low wall or fence. We haven't maybe drawn that particularly big here, but something just to kind of keep people off the cricket pitch so that the maintenance of the cricket pitch itself is a lot less. That was a definite pain point that we heard from town staff here. And we would also expect that the cricket pavilions, most of them would be sort of blocked off, except for the areas that were being used, like a cafe, or if there are washrooms that are being built in the cricket pavilion could be used for the park goers. But then the rest of the park remains as it is today, which is just an open park. We expect that during a major event, like a Major League Cricket event, that the whole park is still locked down, but I think that's no different than the way it's operated today. But making Church Street Park an amazing national cricket venue is only half the brief, and I think the other half is very much that it has to remain a really good public park for Morrisville. So our landscape architect, Martin, has developed quite a compelling vision, I think, for this continuous connection between forest and parkland, and how we can play with the kind of journeys through the park to reveal quite memorable spaces. So this begins with setting out different character areas in the park, always tied to the natural environment. Some are a little quieter and create kind of an enhanced natural habitat. Others are kind of fun, vibrant spaces for playing and picnics. And this illustration, for example, illustrates how we might take an existing stormwater detention pond, and by treating it with slightly softer planting, refining the kind of retaining wall edge into some seating, adding a boardwalk, we can suddenly turn that into a much richer, more biodiverse natural habitat that people can get right down to and experience, and children can kind of see the wildlife in a much kind of closer detail. Similarly, this artist impression imagines a kind of more expanded and naturalistic play space that can be used every day, even during the matches, for kids that have decided that maybe a whole one-day international is a bit too much cricket for them, and they want to go play hide and seek instead. So together, we see the park improvements in these cricket pavilions kind of coming together to be something quite special. A vision of a cricket ground that has all the facilities to compete for national and international matches, create an absolutely outstanding fan experience, really make a kind of memorable destination for here in Morrisville, and yet still be a wonderful park for the people of Morrisville day in, day out. So I think, again, I'll just stop there for kind of questions and comments before we move on.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you still have something else?
No, not afterwards.
Councilmember Fender, please.
Yeah, I have just a couple questions back on your slide 19. Just, I was curious about, say, reconfigured parking. So what is the intent there? It's not a lot you can do with it, I don't think.
Well, thank you. So right now, there are two roads effectively. So you have one access road which takes you to the Duke Energy substation, and then there's a road that leads you into a kind of very nicely landscaped parking area here. But we think that area, well, we're looking to use some of that area to build the spectator pavilion, but we think that having those two roads is unnecessary, and we think there's probably a way that we can use the easement area to provide parking, which would just make it a much kind of more linear arrangement of parking, including a kind of sorry, not a bus drop-off, but what we mean is because park and ride is such a key part of the transport strategy, we imagine there's kind of two levels of park and ride. So one is that people are parking somewhere, being shuttled to a destination, and then walking the rest of the way. But then perhaps for some spectators who have maybe they've purchased a hospitality ticket, perhaps they have some sort of disability which makes them harder for them to walk, that they have access to a basically door-to-door drop-off right next to the ground. And so we see the way that working is for shuttle buses to come into the site here, circulate around, loop around in a drop-off, in a roundabout basically there, and then have a spot to either drop off or pick up people. So we're trying to combine an effective vehicle drop-off point alongside just a more efficient parking layout.
So where you're showing that parking lot, is that where the current gravel road is?
Yes.
So how does Duke Energy feel about that? 'Cause that's the way they get to that switch yard.
Yeah, we still imagine that, it's sort of just, it's not shown on the plan, just sort of cut off here. We imagine that there's still, that they effectively can still access their yard through this road. So we're asking them to share a road rather than have a dedicated road unto themselves. But that being still within the land that I understand that you own, and that our reading of the easement rules is such that you can have parking on their easement. I don't see how there would be a, you know, I don't see how you're taking anything away from them that they have right now.
Okay. And then my last question was, for the upgraded cricket oval, it sounded like you said you were lowering it. Is that correct? Can you tell us more about that?
Sure. Just going to switch to a different slide here.
And would that, because you already highlighted that their current cricket pitch has drainage problems, so what will you do to prevent drainage with the lowering?
Yeah. The problem with the current cricket pitch, as I understand it, and I will say at this point that I am not an expert in pitch design. That's quite a specialist field. But I believe that there are two issues with it. One is the actual buildup of the soil, sand, gravel configuration. You know, a professional cricket ground will have a very specific layout of those materials, which I believe this is effectively, you know, it's clay and grass, right? The cricket pitch, the actual wickets themselves are professional grade, but the rest of it is it's just sort of as it was. So a different buildup is required, and then the other thing is that within that buildup there should be drainage, so that water that comes through, it's effectively free draining. It just comes right into the drainage and then out, and there is no drainage. That's why the water ponds on the top of it, and that's why the games get delayed for days on end, because there's just nowhere for the water to go. So part of a new cricket ground would be drainage right underneath the entirety of the cricket ground.
So what's the purpose of lowering the cricket field?
The purpose of lowering it is to create a better relationship between outside the cricket ground and inside, and that's why I wanted to show you this section here. So what we're trying to do here is we have this cricket ground here. We want to have a nice slope of a decent size. We're thinking it's about 10 feet high, so that you have that kind of feeling of enclosure when you're, you know, as you're playing cricket. And we want to have this pathway at the top of that hill so that people are kind of walking around looking down into the cricket. But we don't want this part here, when people get to the prevailing level of the outside the cricket ground, to be too low, because otherwise you then have potentially a 10 or sort of 20-foot wall that you kind of have to get up to then be able to look down. So by lowering the cricket ground, we're able to make, you know, I'm sorry to use my hands here, but sorry for the folks who are online, but if you're trying to get people up to look down, if you can push the whole thing down, then suddenly they don't have to walk up as high to be able to look down even farther. So it's an architectural effect, but it creates that sort of, once you're up, you sort of see farther down, and I think it just enhances that experience of being in the park as well as being able to see the match.
Okay, thank you.
That's okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Rao, followed by Councilmember Rabadi.
Just was curious to the extent you looked at other facilities around the country, and would these changes put us up to par with getting events that are leaving Morrisville now number one. And I've heard from others, I don't know as much about cricket as some on the council, but when you talk about drainage sand, would that be a part of? I've heard that some solutions have sand near the field.
Yeah, absolutely. I think part of it is just getting the right layout to be able to grow the right kind of grass in the right way. And so the exact mixture of sort of gravel and sand and soil and clay, like I said, it's a very specialist thing that I'm not an expert in. But I think the key thing is to make sure that there's a proper kind of design that's done to deliver that, so that is suitable for this particular climate, this amount of rainfall, and crucially has that integral drainage, so that you don't have the ponding. Because what you're really trying to do is prevent the weather from stopping you from playing. Yes, you might have to stop for rain, but when the rain stops, you should be able to get back out there.
It takes too long. One rain, it just washes it out.
Yeah, exactly. We saw some terrible photos of the of Church Street Park just covered in water, and that's an operational nightmare. No event organizer wants to see that. So.
That's our community pool.
Yeah.
Councilmember Rabadi, followed by Mayor Protem Garamilla.
So maybe I'm late to the party, but in this scenario, are we digging up the cricket pitch that we already have and putting something new in?
That's
So it's not just a redesign of the area around it, we're actually, we're taking out the pitch, we're taking out everything. It's basically starting over?
our proposal. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Mayor Protem Garamilla.
No, I think I can talk to the pitch. I think what Donna was saying, why is the pitch going lower? And this was an experience for me. I went for World Cup finals at Barbados, and it rained almost 12 hours before there was a hurricane that came in. And even after the hurricane, after 12 hours, we were not sure if the finals will happen. But the ground drainage was so good. Next day morning, they played. And after the game over, again, it started raining. So we lost so many games. When people have games here, there's a lot of money involved because all these players are, come with high bids, and then also it is experience for us that we are the amount of pressure that Public Works and others have that, hey, make the pitch ready, let's go. But for lowering the pitch, think of it as a semicircle ball, cut the half of it. And when you sit here, if it is this way, then you feel like it's long. But if you have it this, so your view here goes directly to the pitch. So that the ambience that you feel it's closer than when you have it flat. Because that's where I felt when I was in Barbados. I said, wow, this looks much closer than the same pitch at Church Street. Yeah. But I think drainage is super critical because we are not a cricketing country. And our clay is different. North Carolina clay is hard, and the staff has done a great job. I don't see a single grain of a weed on it. I don't know how you guys maintain that, but but it is good. But end of the day, it is not serving the purpose of why to have it. So I get it. The only last question I have is, how tall are these structures? I mean, how many feet? Is it 80, 100, 120? I'm just trying to get a view of that feel.
Yeah. I think we're at about 120 feet. Sorry, there's some metric to imperial conversions going on there, but yeah.
So it's almost 6-story. You can think of. Okay.
Yeah.
You can say, Brent, our Carter Finley Stadium type. I think that's what might be closer to 120. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a little taller, but yeah. Taller, much taller. Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
I'd probably say at this point that these designs are very preliminary. You know, they're sort of sketches and sort of ideas about, you know, what could be possible, rather than, you know, a finished design.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
I think my mic is working great. I've kind of gone ahead and looked at the priorities, and it's consistent with what the other council members have made remarks about is the new cricket playing surface is needed in order to not only ensure drainage, but also to have more predictability on conditions over, you know, various weather events as well as just regular maintenance that we need to do. And the other item that we haven't really touched upon, which is near and dear to my heart, is broadcast lighting. And I think that is one of the biggest barriers that we have, because this season we don't have any national games because we don't have the proper lighting for broadcast. And it's my understanding there was some dialogue with staff about having an opportunity to kind of supplement some of the lighting costs if the town had funds to upgrade, but that didn't really evolve very far because council didn't have an opportunity to weigh in on that. But these kind of things, investment that is, you know, significant for the cricket environment, we need to see them. And this is a great opportunity to kind of see it in its totality of envisioning. You know, a 6-foot story building looks great in a conceptual design, but we also are near to this RDU airport, and a 100-foot structure starts to get a little bit, you know, what is the flight path of some of the planes, and is there any airspace issues? Are there noise issues? So there's additional factors that I didn't see in the potential report, but I would, you know, since it's 80% done, you might have a little bit of wiggle room to research proximity to the airport and the cricket field, and if there's any additional FAA or overlay restrictions for height within such a thing. And then also we have to think about UDO as, you know, we don't have anything that would represent the size or experience. So we'll have to be looking at code upgrades, enhancements, and changes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I think we've been guided so far by some of the feedback we got from Wake County Planning, which I think allows up to 145 feet, which is absolutely fine for the pavilions. The height for the broadcast lighting, the best broadcast lighting, would be higher than that. So there's definitely
Interesting.
some. It's not to say that it can't be made to work with 145 feet, but there would be preference to go higher if that could be arranged. So, you know, in so many ways, this is the beginning of a journey, beginning of a discussion, and so those types of, you know, that further detailed stakeholder engagement with the likes of RDU and White County, the Research Triangle Park, those are all really essential to kind of move the project forward.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so let's turn our attention to Shiloh Park. So we've structured our study to look at two options. So option one is what I've just presented to you, is just Church Street Park. Option two considers what the costs and the impact might be if Shiloh Park was also developed with cricket facilities that could support Church Street Park as a sort of sister site. We see option two as being something that could be kind of greater than the sum of its parts. We think it could significantly increase the capacity for cricket in Morrisville with a relatively small increase in the cost in comparison to the Church Street Park proposals. So what would go on Shiloh Park? We envisage building a smaller community-focused cricket ground at Shiloh Park that could take on many of the community bookings that are currently held at Church Street Park cricket ground and move them to a Shiloh Park community ground. And what that would do is that it would free up slots in the Church Street Park cricket calendar, basically, to be able to host even more top flight training, international matches, or Major League Cricket. But crucially, we mean to do that by preserving and celebrating Shiloh Park's heritage, and also provide a small community pavilion that we think could give space over to local groups and kind of enhance a kind of a community footprint there. So the proposal here leaves the northern part of the park untouched. A small bank and a track encircles a new, slightly smaller, community-focused cricket ground that's supported by a community pavilion that has 4 change rooms for doubleheader and kind of tournament play. It also has what we're calling a village hall, you know, a decent-sized room that local groups can book out and use, or can be turned over to effectively just a nice place to watch the cricket from, particularly if the rain has been, or the weather's been like it has been today. Now, this proposal is based on the town potentially acquiring new land or making arrangements with landowners to allow this to proceed. But despite that constraint, I think we wanted to illustrate and show you what we see as the great potential of using Shiloh Park in this way because of its proximity to Church Street Park. Because we see it as a place for grassroots cricket, a way to sort of bring up the next generation of cricket players and also cricket fans here in the town. It's a place for the community to play cricket while Church Street Park is being used as a kind of major competition venue. It could be used as a training base for international teams when you do have teams competing at international level here. And also as a place for kind of very big outdoor community events, because I think we heard that those types of events at Church Street Park are actually causing a lot of problems in terms of maintaining the pitch quality. So still being able to provide that space elsewhere seems like an important piece. Now, in England, I think we're blessed to have a lot of precedents of this kind of building. They can be relatively simple but very elegant buildings that sit very happily in a park setting and are not particularly obtrusive. And so that's what we've tried to depict in this artist's impression. It's the kind of pavilion in the park that we think could support grassroots cricket and make it really provide a kind of home for community cricket in Morrisville. So on to costs. What does a vision like this cost? So,
Can I interrupt for just a second?
Of course you can.
You said a smaller pitch. How much smaller than a regulation pitch are we talking about at Shiloh?
For the regulation, we would look for 165 meters, and we would be looking to put 145 meters. So that's 20 meters. That's about 60 feet. So
The diameter?
yeah. So perfectly fine for training, perfectly fine for kind of community play, but not for international play. But then if you, that's why I think we see this as very much a kind of secondary project to the Church Street Park, because Church Street Park does have the oval is just big enough basically for the international play.
Have you reached out to Triangle Cricket League? Would it meet their needs?
We have not spoken to Triangle Cricket League, but
That would be our
yeah,
second biggest user.
yeah. I think we can certainly present these proposals to them and get their feedback. I think we're following in a way. I appreciate, Sport England, the government body in England that sort of provides guidance on sports facilities, has no jurisdiction here. But in the absence of a kind of U.S. cricket guidance, we've followed Sport England, and they offer a kind of range of sizes of cricket ovals, depending on the kind of age and level of competition that's being played. And so this is consistent with their guidelines.
Okay, so,
This would be like a supporting field,
Right.
similar to, I won't say many, but some of our basketball courts are not NBA size, and you have baseball fields that sometimes are smaller. So this would be kind of a complementary field that would be used for practice and stuff like that, not for the, when we have the major international events, obviously it'd be at the major, the main field, and then this would be for practice play and stuff like that.
yeah, so this isn't for the Raptors, but just want to make sure that Triangle Cricket League would
That's
be okay
important.
for their adult league.
Yeah, that's important to ask. Thank you, Mayor. That's a good point.
The secondary field and pitch at the same level of quality and irrigation as
Actually,
Church Street, or?
no, we're thinking that this could be provided at kind of
Essentially,
effectively the same grade as Church Street
as
is
current
today.
Church Street.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you know, with the sort of due respect to community cricket, you know, it's very annoying if their game gets rained off, but you aren't losing out on broadcast revenue if it does. So you know, the importance of kind of match day continuity is critical at Church Street Park, but probably less so for community leagues.
I was just asking for clarity, and Councilmember Johnson had a question or two. I'm not sure how long that's been up. I apologize.
Could you go to slide 34, please? I just want to make sure I understand, what is the big white block? Because today it is the cemetery, so what is that on your rendering?
We are, it is, there's no change to the cemetery.
Okay.
We're effectively trying to show it sensitively to emphasize the fact that we're not impacting the cemetery. We're not impacting effectively anything that's kind of on the northern portion of the site. We're
Okay, I
looking
appreciate
just
that.
at the site.
It was not clear to me if that was a building, if that was another parking lot.
No.
Just a big white block.
Yeah, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry that's
Okay,
ambiguous,
so
but no.
that's a good answer.
Yeah, we definitely do not want to touch the cemetery.
Okay, but it would require,
So this is absolutely an
I don't
artist
have my
rendering.
mic on.
Sorry, go ahead.
sorry.
No.
That was a good answer because that's where the cemetery is. I mean, you talked about meeting with folks in the Shiloh community, and you even in your presentation said respecting the cemetery, so I wanted to make sure that was clear. Okay, so then this would require purchasing additional properties along Church Street.
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
And-
This is absolutely an artist rendering. We're not indicating that we're taking anybody's property or anything like that. This is just a thought at this point. Yes,
So
it would
in an
require
I-
property acquisition and a lot of other,
In an ideal world,
Yes.
if we owned all this property and.
That's right.
Sure, but, okay, so there's a long way to go before
Yes.
we get to this ideal.
yeah. And I'll reemphasize again that this is you know, it's a vision study, so a lot of details are not fleshed out.
Sure.
You know, you gotta give the visionaries a chance to just say, what's the biggest thing we could do here that fits within Morrisville and is appropriate for Morrisville? But there still would be a lot of different obstacles to get over if we were gonna implement things like this.
Details and challenges, yep, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, please.
Yeah, just following back, even I had the same question, like, you know, so do we have technically land, forget about acquisition, but is the Babs Temple going to be there, or is it going, I'm just curious that circle, if you're able to get it, and there is sufficient land, that's my question. So you can take back and come back. I'm not.
Yeah,
Okay. So yeah, no, I'm just, it's awesome, to be honest, but I'm just curious if that space is there or not today.
Yeah.
So, but again, and just to piggyback of some of the questions, when you have two grounds, it complements a lot. Think about, you know, the logistics of teams flying from one, you know, state to the other state. And for a weekend, we have a constraint of they cannot play more than 2 to 3 T20 games. The pitch takes a beating already. So when you have two grounds playing 2, 3, and 3 over the weekend, like, you know, almost 6 games, you get a lot of games out of it. And the tournament organizers always like to have at one central place. Otherwise, it's a logistics nightmare to fly in, fly out, and the whole thing. But just, you know, in Houston, they have it that way.
But there's no way to make that 165 to actually meet that need, because right now it's too small.
I think our view is that we think that although it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate for like international match play for training purposes.
Yeah, but these are national, like local, like, you know, USA under 15, say suppose, and under 19. When they come, you know, it's only one ground. Like there are several teams waiting for their turn, you know, when they will play those matches. So when you have two, they can quickly, get those things done.
I get that completely, but they would have to plan a regulation pitch.
Yeah,
Right.
these are regulated pitch. The pitch will be regulated, only the drainage is what he's saying will not be as the Church Street.
I think we're saying that at Shiloh here, we're proposing a slightly smaller than international standard cricket ground. We can certainly look at what it would be for a 165-meter ground. I think our worry is that we then perhaps intrude on what's been built already in the northern portion of the park, or possibly farther south off of the boundary into the transit-oriented development site.
And not all grounds in the world of cricket have the same size. There are many pitches all across, especially New Zealand and others are small pitches, small, this one.
Yeah,
So it's
absolutely.
not like, standard is there, but there are always a lot of variation.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know if you touched on this yet or not, but what about the field that is north of that parking lot? There's another cricket pitch.
Yeah, that's a funny one, really, because it's a softball diamond with a cricket pitch laid over. So to
And I
my
don't think-
eye, it looks like it's not good for either of them. A bit like
Well,
a
I've never seen softball, I pass that area a couple times a day, and I've never seen baseball or softball played there. It's always cricket.
yeah. The other thing that's there is the tobacco barn,
Yeah.
which we just generally, as there seems to be an alternative, we didn't want to necessarily propose trying to move historical assets.
So just leave that other field alone as is.
Yeah. Okay.
Councilmember Rabadi, please.
So I definitely want to see the entire vision, but I do just want to make the point that if we were going to make a big space at the side of Shiloh Park, I mean, I think that we have, I'm just questioning how all in on cricket are we going to go with our money and our land? Do we need a second pitch? And I want to see the vision. I understand what you're getting at, but if we were to make this land available, to me, like, I'm looking at that big circle and I see 10 pickleball courts, and some basketball courts. So I think that plus opening up a second cricket pitch, I'm wondering, since every time we have international or I believe Major League play, we have to shut down Church Street Park. So in a sense, what this second cricket pitch offers us is the opportunity to shut down Church Street Park more than we already do. And I think that as a council, we have to take that seriously we have to balance that, against who's benefiting and who's not benefiting, who's actually getting hurt, because they have to go to a park that they can't walk to, or they, so I just, I'm very interested in the entire vision, but I think that those are things that we have to keep in the back of our minds as we're looking at the vision.
Absolutely. Okay.
Comments from the audience?
I'm afraid that would not be appropriate. Feel free to send us an email if you wish. Thank you.
Okay. I'm conscious we have sort of two topics we wanted to cover off. We wanted to talk about costs and then also kind of our future work for the economic impact statement. I'm also conscious that we're probably running very short of time, or we've run out of time, but if you're happy, we'll carry on.
Yeah, you were done 10 minutes ago. I'm kidding.
Okay.
We're good. We want to continue this.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Well, looking then at costs. I think to your point, Councillor, we've illustrated a kind of complete vision all in one go. But there are a lot of kind of factors that go into that. So first of all, the different things that we are trying to balance as designers in terms of what drives the costs of sports venues. So first is the capacity, how many people are we hosting, the level of competition, higher levels of competition have more onerous requirements, the extent of roofs, the extent of landscaping. The more enclosed spaces and air-conditioned spaces, the more money we're spending to do that. More naturally ventilated open areas are cheaper to build. The type of superstructure and the soil conditions that drive the foundation design is a big cost factor. And so the amount of kind of premium and hospitality spaces that we provide. So as we've drawn up our proposal, we're trying to balance off all of these things to make sure that there's a proposal on the table that we think can operate kind of year-round for cricket and for other events, but is not more than what's really needed. The proposals that we've sketched out here are at the high end of the kind of brief of what we're slightly past that 9,000 seat target. And we think this gives the town the best information on which to kind of make your judgments about how to move forward. Because this is what helps you kind of understand what's possible and therefore what the kind of costs will be. But what we're presenting to you here in our rough order of magnitude costs are inclusive of design contingencies, tax, escalation, and fees. They don't include any land acquisition costs. So often we talk just about hard construction costs, but here we're trying to give you the full picture of what the likely soft costs would be as well. We've benchmarked this against other sport venues, and we believe that we're in the kind of mid to low range for a sports venue here in the United States. This is because the stands we're proposing are not particularly big, and the amount of enclosed premium spaces not particularly high. So looking at the kind of relevant case studies, we're not talking about like a massive NFL stadium here, but we're also not talking about just some temporary bleachers and toilets. We're talking about something kind of in between. So looking then at kind of the priorities of where we see from kind of left to right what we've tried to prioritize, like what's most urgent and important for cricket, and what are some of the less urgent things or the things that are more about delivering a really good park for Morrisville. So it starts with getting the playing surface and the lighting right, then the players' facilities, then the spectator facilities, including the roofs, then the park upgrades, and then finally Shiloh Park is the kind of, cherry on top, possibly. So looking at more details with that in, most urgent and the current barrier to getting more Major League Cricket games in Morrisville is the installation of broadcast quality lighting. Then it's the new cricket playing surface to prevent play being called off in the event of poor weather and allow more matches to be played because you have a less onerous maintenance regime. After that, the provision of players, broadcast, and match officials' facilities will give the ground the kind of permanent infrastructure to host high-level games. You won't have to be bringing in so many temporary facilities to do that. The next set of items are about spectator experience with the bank seating, the players' pavilion, providing the space and facilities for more fans to enjoy the matches. In terms of international cricket, the pavilion roofs are not necessarily required, but of course they're providing shade for spectators and they're a critical part of the brief. Similarly, the park and the site upgrades are less about hosting cricket and more about making it a great park for Morrisville. And as we saw earlier, the kind of proposals work hand in hand. And then finally, Shiloh Park is about kind of enhancing that community, that grassroots capacity for cricket here in Morrisville. So there is some oversimplification in this slide. If you would probably build the bank seating when you built a new cricket pitch, and similarly, it'd be much more cost effective to build the roofs or the pavilions at the time you built the pavilions. But I wanted to sort of draw out the priority in terms of what is important for kind of getting international cricket here as kind of quickly and urgently as possible. So on to the rough order of magnitude of costs. Please remember these are estimates including hard and soft costs, but they are still very much preliminary. We are estimating the fields of play and lighting are about a $5 million package, the players' pavilion about $25.5 million. The spectators' pavilion is easily the biggest cost at $57.5 million. The respective roofs on those pavilions are about $3 million. The site works and the park upgrades about $18 0.1 million, and Shiloh Park comes in just shy of 8 million, excluding the land costs. So if you were to build out the whole vision in today's money, it would be 117 million. So to put kind of all the information on one slide, I'd want to draw your attention to a couple things. First, the priority elements for international cricket are not the biggest cost items, and they are things that you could get started on quite quickly, I think. Second, that we've sketched out the vision of the sort of high end of what the needs assessment told us, but there's a lot of room for us to reduce the scale of the proposals and therefore reduce the scale of the costs. But there is this direct relationship between the number of spectators that you can hold in the venue and therefore the number of visitors that could potentially come to Morrisville for these events and the construction costs and then the overall estimated economic impact. So before I turn it over to Penny to kind of talk about what that economic impact study is going to look like, are there any questions or comments about the cost piece?
Well, not so much the cost piece, but your vision for Church Street. It essentially takes away the current children's playground, builds a new one, takes away the tennis courts completely.
Yes.
So I just want to make that clear to everybody that it wasn't pointed out, but the visuals showed that those things went away.
Yes.
And as a community park, that's kind of something that we need to balance.
Yes. I think you're quite right to point out that we haven't been explicit about that. I think our discussions were that there were probably quite a few other parks within Morrisville that where tennis courts could be built, and that there were quite a few opportunities for that. The play space, I think we see is absolutely essential, but we think, if anything, it's maybe a little bit small and compact on the current park and could be moved and made bigger. There's a picnic shelter as well, which we're proposing as being demolished, but we're effectively showing that as kind of reconfigured in a more kind of naturalistic setting within some of the forest. So we're trying to kind of maybe move some of the pieces around, but not lose too many of them. And certainly all of the sort of sports courts that have been built on the southern portion of the site are all we're proposing are just left as is.
And that topographical drop-off right next to the southern lot is not used at all in any of your visioning.
I think we have suggested that there could be a boardwalk that, sorry, if I just step well back here. We're suggesting there could be a kind of boardwalk that bridges over that as part of a kind of enhancement to basically getting people into these amazing trees. So we're not proposing to regrade or lose any of the water courses. You know, in many ways, we think the natural landscape is really beautiful, and we'd like to see that enhanced.
Yeah, because between 8 and the Greenway there, which is 7, that was the Wake County land that we just purchased, so we'd have control of it.
Yeah.
But you would just leave that as is.
Yeah. Well, that's giving you this really amazing kind of backdrop of trees.
It is quite nice.
Which, you know, when you see the photographs, it's really something very unique.
Okay.
Yeah, and part of the experience that I know John Scott mentioned it, but part of the experience is that when you come to the venue, we're proposing to have people also be dropped off on the south, on the bottom left, and then they'll come in, and it's almost like you're coming through this forest greenway, and all of a sudden you've arrived. I think he characterizes it better when we talk about it in the office, but that if we maintain that forest there, that stays, that experience stays, which would be unique, I would say, to Morrisville compared. If you look at all the other stands that we looked at, none of them have this experience. None of them have this great natural preserve adjacent to the field. They're usually all clear cut, and it's a large parking lot, and then the circle. In this case, you have a pretty natural experience that you wouldn't get anywhere else. And one more thing, Mayor, just to add, so this works hand in hand, and it's perfect timing for us since we're going to start our Parks Master Plan update. So this way we'll be able to look and evaluate all the other parks and then be able to determine what amenities are still needed for the town and what amenities are desired. So if this were to ever move forward, we can certainly accommodate the tennis court and things like that in other places. So that'll work hand in hand.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing more incredible than Church Street at a night game. It's pretty special. Councilmember Rouse.
Yeah, just as you do that study, I mean, even though it's early on, I would look at, looking at other amenities and like, for example, the tennis courts. I mean, where, I've already got some ideas of where those 3 courts could be moved, like in an area where, like either at the MAFC possibly or another place where there was parking there, but you could put 3 more courts. So, I mean, I guess even though it's early on, I just feel like, that'd be nice if we did something like this, that we would look and see where else we could park the courts. And people already were used to that there.
Absolutely, appreciate that.
Councilmember Pender, please.
Yeah, I'd like to note that those tennis courts serve all of the residential areas, well, all of Morrisville and around, but primarily that's the only park we have in the northern part of Morrisville. So if you remove those tennis courts to down Morrisville Community Park or MAFC, you're moving them to the exact opposite end of Morrisville. And to Councilmember Robati's point, we need to keep in mind that not everyone in Morrisville is gung-ho about cricket. I mean, that was one of the things, with the southern lot, we ensured that there were going to be other amenities there than just a practice pitch there, that we added the basketball courts and volleyball. So I think we just need to keep that in mind, that I would imagine there'd be a lot of people on that end of town that would be upset about losing those tennis courts right there.
I think we're ready to talk more about economic impact, please.
Maybe if I could just quickly,
Of course.
it could be that we look at providing the tennis courts on the Shiloh Park somewhere. They could work really well with that kind of community pavilion.
That's a good idea.
So, yeah. Okay. Very good. All right, well, I'll turn it over to Penny in just a moment. I said at the beginning of our presentation that we were about 80% of the way through our work. So there are kind of 5 things we were set to look at. We've looked through 4 of them. The 5th and final piece is this economic impact study. So let me cue up the slides here, and Penny, I'll hand it over to you.
Do I need that microphone?
You probably do, yeah. Sorry.
Well, good evening, and I'm excited to tell you a little bit about the next phase. Like John Scott said, we're nearly finished with imagining these new facilities, and one thing the RFP required is an economic impact analysis of these new developments. And so that's what I will be doing. And Creative Economic Development Consulting is not UK-based. We're based here in North Carolina, and we specialize in economic development, community facilities, and do quite a bit of economic impact analysis. We'll use the IMPLAN tool, which is nationally recognized input-output model to look at trading patterns, employment, and output that's generated by new economic activities. And in addition to that, we'll also look at the non-financial benefits that facilities like this can bring. And to support that analysis, we're doing some case studies, specifically of other cricket venues here in the United States, some that Morrisville has competed with to host events. And then we'll also look at some similarly sized facilities here in the Triangle and municipal-run sporting facilities that have some of the components, like, for instance, the event center that I don't think we talked about very much tonight, but could really generate both human activity and economic activity on outside of cricket matches and tournament times. And so to do that, we'll look at, we've begun identifying the components where the economic activity lies. Y'all have mentioned some of them here tonight. Obviously, the visitor spending and the visitors that are attracted here for especially these international events. As I mentioned, we'll also look at that event center. One of the things we learned from stakeholder engagement here in Town Hall and out in the community is there are not a lot of facilities that can host a sit-down corporate dinner event. And so we think this would be a really attractive venue for maybe social events, receptions, but certainly your corporate partners nearby would have uses for that center. We'll also look at the increased possibility for town revenues related to the fees that these facilities might generate both at Church Street and Shiloh. And then we'll also, at a very high level, suggest you think about sponsorships, naming rights, things that are maybe a little more outside of traditional town revenue sources. And then finally, but most significantly, I believe will be the construction impact, because this will be a significant, although temporary, shot in the economic arm of this part of Wake County when these facilities are under construction. And so that's what we'll look at to measure the economic impact. And this next slide is a little more about the non-financial benefits. So in looking at the I'll say competitor or peer facilities, we think there's also a big opportunity for raising the image and reputation of Morrisville here, and certainly a world-class region in a county that has an international reputation, but we'll also try to highlight ways that you can position yourself and your cricket amenities, your cricket assets, and that can become maybe even larger part of Morrisville's identity and internationally anyway. So generally, we're expecting to complete a rough draft of this study in the next 8 weeks. Several things will be finalized. We're looking forward to the meeting with you all to sort of mark some of these things down and move forward. But we think in 8 weeks we'll have a rough draft, and certainly by then some numbers. Some folks have asked me for ballpark numbers. We'll certainly have things like that in that time period. But I'd be glad to answer any questions about the planned impact analysis.
Councilmember Rabadi, followed by Councilmember Johnson, please.
As part of an economic impact analysis, I'd also like to see if the town, as I understand the plan, would be managing these event spaces and all of the new facilities. I'd like to see some impact of what the impact would be in terms of personnel that we'd have to add to the operating budget of the town. It could be high level, but it seems like we're gonna need a lot more people to manage all of this stuff. So I'd like to see that reflected in the impact analysis.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson, please.
So I would agree with Ann. Also, just to add, this is the most important piece for me. You just heard we just adopted a $63 million budget, and now we're talking about a $117 million plus project, because it's definitely plus. It's not going to be 117 million, especially when we have to buy land. So the economic impact is going to be critically important to understand in detail and in depth, because we're going to need to find partners to help fund this project. It is not going to be coming from our $63 million budget. So, we have some opportunities to apply for some funding, and you all know, for the first $5 million, we need that information probably pretty quickly so we can tap into new lights and maybe taking care of the field. And so anyhow, that information is important. So I'm looking forward to 8 weeks. The vision is great, by the way. I was pleased that you said more than once that we need to be able to use this facility, and I'm thinking Church Street, whatever we do at Shiloh Park too, but year round. And it needs to be for uses other than cricket. And so I'm hoping that's going to be a major part of this next piece of information too, that you can give us some idea of how viable that is. I mean, we're talking about event venue space, That's fabulous, because we don't have that here in this town. That is lacking. We know that. So what is that? What does it look like? What kind of economic development does that bring to us? That I would, and the retail piece, I heard you talk about retail and a cafe, and what else can happen? And what else can we add to this that would help us generate this revenue that's going to help with this price tag? Thank you.
The only thing I would add to, I love the way Councilmember Johnson said partnerships, because one thing that I think would be very important in our analysis of economic impact is to look at, in this region and county, the facilities that have had success with generating revenue. One would be the Cary Tennis Park, and they did it through partnerships, because they're bringing in ATP men's and women's tournaments, the ACC, they've got a partnership with the USTA, and they've got a lot of people that have been bringing these big events to the area. And then pickleball, with the Carvana pickleball tour that's owned by the owner of the Hurricanes, just a few months ago, that brought in $3 million to the town of Cary. So these organizations are not doing it alone. They're not just building facilities and hoping that come. They've been very innovative and creative and extremely aggressive and finding the right people that can bring the right tournaments. They've got their set of issues. Now, the challenge is also very competitive. There's another tennis facility in Raleigh called Swing that got $10 million from Raleigh, 38 tennis courts, 20 pickleball courts, indoor tennis. They're bringing in Red Clay from Roland Garros. They got $10 million from Raleigh, but they can't get the money from the county. And a lot of these bonds are not passing, like in Cary, and so, and then you got soccer, right? I think what's unique about Morrisville is it's unique cricket, something that nobody else has, but the question becomes, you know, what kind of dollars can it bring in so that a company or an investor or partner could see the value and say what we want to bring in? Because, you know, we made this agreement with MLC, and now it's like in a situation where they didn't come back. And so to me, that's not a good partnership. And I mean, so anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. If you could look at these different facilities and kind of get a sense for the kind of investment they've made over the last decade, the kind of revenue they brought in, how many hotels they're filling. Are they trying to get money from the hotel from Wake County? I think these are really important. When you look at that number, it's such a big number. We're not going to get there by ourselves. We're going to get there through partners.
Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, followed by Councilmember Fender.
No, I think economic impact is the most important thing, because we have to justify to our taxpayers and what is going around. It's not just the cost, like it's how much economic development, like how much economic dollars is our town bringing, how much the small businesses are getting benefited, how many hotels are, you know, getting occupied, and the whole ecosystem. Because when you have a huge tournament, the entire town, and we are a small town of 32,000, you're getting 9,000 people, say, like a full crowd. That's a good amount of people. And how does it quantify that we can tell our, you know, constituents? And also the most important thing, I have already put it in the roundtable and everyone agreed to, this should be not just a cricketing facility, period. Because we have a hard time that it is just getting dedicated to a cricket. It should be, I would not say multi-sport unless you have a better way in England that they can cover the pitch and you can play soccer on it. But, you know, it should be in a way where other sports which don't damage the pitch could also be played, and also many of the cultural things. This year we didn't have a single event in Church Street, you know, for whatever reasons, but I'm still trying to figure out. But it is important that with proper drainage and other things, it should be open for all the other events too. Not just, because cricket is, to be honest, is only played from May to end of October. So you have November, December, January, February, March, April, May. So like you're having almost like 7 months to 8 months of idle time. So how are you utilizing that? And how are you getting other things? coming in, you know. Who knows, like you can play, you know, artificial pickleball on that and bring like 40 pickleballs. Who knows? I don't know. Like, you know, there might be all creative because if they can get a ice hockey ring in our PNC and next day you're playing basketball there, you know, so all kinds of things are possible there. That's all.
Councilmember Pender, please.
Yes, so I'm concerned about the economic benefits are dependent on whether we get games from Major League Cricket or matches. I mean, we had the 10-year agreement with ACE, and now this year we don't, MLC hasn't scheduled any matches at Church Street Park. So what guarantee do we have that we spend millions of dollars in this park and that MLC is gonna come back? I mean, yeah, Councilmember Rao said, you know, we're unique, we have this, cricket, park, but it seems like we're competing against the cricket, stadiums in Florida and Texas and elsewhere. So I guess I don't know how you can measure that or predict, but these benefits hinge on us getting, I'm assuming, Major League Cricket back or some major games. So there's no guarantee that doing this is gonna bring those matches back to Morrisville.
That's very true. So my thoughts, just high level, are that those first three priorities, the irrigation, the lights, and having some kind of locker facilities, I would be very interested if it's not too late for you guys to propose something that's not, those locker facilities not part of the Players Pavilion. So it's not part of stands. Essentially, we just need a standalone building where we have the bathrooms now. If we had known a year ago, well, 2 years ago now, that would have been a better purpose-built locker room combination, that would have changed all this right away, because we'd have Major League Cricket, perhaps, if we had just done the lights or something like that. So we're a year behind. We're falling farther behind Texas and Florida, as noted. I think our sweet spot, our hedgehog concept, is that we are a boutique, great place to play. The players will love to play at Church Street just because of the experience. To do that, we need the lights, the irrigation, and players' locker rooms. Those are the first things. And when I spoke to your group, when we came for the site visit, I made it very clear, you need to get us the information we need to get Wake County tax dollars, the hotel motel dollars. So that's falling to you, Penny, now, to make sure that you're aware of their application process and give us all the information we need to make a really strong application for those first 5 million plus, because that's where we need to start. This vision is great. It's not a short-term vision. But if we can do those first things and essentially retrofit rather than level it and start fresh, we need a path forward to do those three things and get to this vision later. So I don't necessarily see that. I see this as one big piece that you have to pretty much do all of it to make it work. I'm not sure if that's a path that's pragmatic and reasonable right now. So need kind of an alternate path to do that first phase without necessarily having to do all the rest, although I'd love to do the rest.
Yeah. Could I respond to a couple of the points?
Please, that's
points raised
why
here?
we're having this discussion.
I think this is definitely a vision that can be phased in, and I think that's why we tried to sort of sketch out what the quote priorities are, that there is certainly a pathway. I mean, if you split it up into too many small bits, it will end up costing a lot more because you lose the efficiency of scale. But there's definitely a pathway where you could start with different elements and do kind of one phase, then, you know, as that takes on, go to the next phase or find new partners. So I think there's certainly that, and I think we can definitely make that a component of our report in terms of a proposal of how that I think pathway is a really good phrase for that, of how we could suggest that gets carried forward. I think to your point about additional staff, that I think there's kind of two sides to it. You know, again, I hope this is kind of the beginning of a conversation rather than the end of it. And I think the next steps for this project really need to be bringing on board partners, absolutely, but particularly operators, and thinking more about how a venue like this gets operated. It could be that the town operates it itself. It could be that you partner or do some sort of public-private partnership with an operator that specializes in the operation of sports venues, or something in between, or you could lease it entirely. You know, there's quite a few different things that we can, again, provide a little bit of a narrative on in the report. In terms of the town, this is perhaps maybe stepping a little bit beyond our scope, but you know, bringing together all the different kind of conversations with different partners does sort of require, I think, someone dedicated to doing that. And I would think that, well, I'm tempted to say that everyone knows the phrase, it takes a village to raise a child. Well, it takes a whole city to run a sports venue. And I think the success of a venue is yes, it's what's happening on the ground itself, but it's what happens a mile out, all of the activations, it's 2 miles out, all the parking, it's the transport infrastructure, it's the connections to the big business and sponsors who are gonna make this happen. And having someone dedicated within the town of Morrisville who is effectively the cricket champion or the cricket coordinator, who can be looking across departments and across borders to sort of drive that forward, I think could be something that is needed or beneficial. And to your comment, Councillor Fender, about what guarantee about Major League Cricket, again, you know, I think you don't want to make a commitment without having sort of further discussions with them. I think I would just report back that our conversations with Major League Cricket have been that they are very excited about playing cricket here in Morrisville. They love the atmosphere. They love the proximity of really, really passionate fans that come out to support the players. They love the atmosphere. They love everything about it. They're just being held back by the fact that they can't play night games, basically, to suit their broadcast schedule. So, and that's, you know, in my mind, those are achievable problems, right? Because that's about infrastructure and design. So I might just make one last kind of concluding comment, and then if there are any other things, but you know, you sort of set us a challenge to say, how do we bring more international and competition level cricket to Morrisville? You know, I think there's huge potential here for a project, particularly at Church Street, to create a really successful, really viable venue to watch and play cricket. And I think the idea of having kind of event spaces within the pavilion, you know, a kind of Morrisville room where the whole sort of city can kind of come together for its special events. I think that's something that I find really compelling. And yet there's an equal opportunity to create a really vibrant, well-loved park that kind of works around the cricket, and the cricket works around the park. And I think there's great potential in growing grassroots cricket growing cricket at grassroots level, and that makes sort of the town of Morrisville quite unique. It also allows you to serve your community in a really unique way that not every town in the United States can do. So the ambition to host more national and international cricket is entirely achievable, and all the while you can enhance the quality of your park. So thank you very much for the opportunity to come and talk with you today. I've really enjoyed our conversation.
As have we. Did anyone else have anything else for Penny? She was kind of at the end. Okay, we're comfortable with, so next steps, coming back when, what do we hear? What's the next step?
So our next steps from the kind of project team, Penny obviously has kind of outlined the work that she's about to undertake. Our kind of deliverables to you as a town are threefold. There's sort of design vision report, which will go into more detail of what we've presented to you here. There's a cost estimation report, which follows on from that design and basically gives you more detail on the costs we've presented here, and then Penny's economic statement.
Will her economic statement be based on phasing, final 117 million? What are you going to be giving us information that we can use to try to get these tax dollars?
Well, those are the reasons that it hasn't been done yet, is that after this meeting, we'll make those decisions. And so I'll say, if you have guidance, or we'll work with staff and our team to model, I believe we said, there's multiple scenarios in the proposal. And so there'll definitely be separate analyses for the Church Street facilities and then the Church Street plus Shiloh.
Will there be different analyses for the different levels of Church Street build? Because that's kind of the
We
important
can
part
look at,
for us, because we haven't decided
look at
that we're
that.
all in on 117 million as a group. So if you give us that data, I'm not sure how helpful that is.
Okay.
Right? Mayor Protem?
So, regarding the next steps, or, like, my question is more about when is the application process for the Wake County that we have to put in, and if we know any timelines on that?
I think the town manager wants to weigh in on that.
Thank you, Mayor. So no date has been set as of yet. The last meeting we had was at least 30 or 45 days ago. There were still some decisions to be made about how that money was going to be distributed, i.e. there's $23 million total. 15 of that is under the auspice of the city of Raleigh. 8 of that is under the auspice of the county. There's been discussion about, is that just brought together in one set of applications is made or not? So I think that decision still has to be made. So I would anticipate that the earliest anything would open would be September. And I think it could be later than that, quite honestly. So I think the timeframe being discussed could certainly work for that, where we'd still be prepared to make a solid application sometime in the fall.
So how much is allocated to Raleigh?
So 15, and then 8 to the county. But it sounded like that was potentially going to be combined into a single pot, and then, everybody be asked, everyone in the county that's eligible would be asked just to apply in one process. But to my knowledge, that's not been defined yet. It wasn't at the last time we met to discuss this.
Thank you. And
It's not a lot of money.
You are correct.
yeah, so another question is, how much money is Morrisville contributing to that fund? Something that you can give us later, because over the last 10 years, I think, how much did we really, contribute, and are we getting our share into it?
We're not getting anything.
Well, I think that's a fair question. Again, they have not done a disbursement, to my knowledge, under this funding since pre-COVID. So it has been, quite some time since they've dispersed. So I think we can make an argument that we're potentially due based on we're putting in. I'm a little concerned other communities can do the same. But I also don't know if there's 8 of us applying or if there's 2 of us applying. We won't know that until it gets closer. They haven't begun to ask that kind of question. But we can certainly let you know what we've put into it. I would also share that, some early conversations would show that we have benefited from Cricket being here the last 2 years at that professional level. And that has certainly, increased our hotel rooms and our meals. And we have been able to get some of that data specifically. We've shown that to you as we do the year-end sort of summary, but we can also see what our numbers are perhaps for the last decade of contributions.
Yeah, I think that's where we had to start.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's a wrap. Thank you all very much for your time. Look forward to hearing next. Back to you.
Oh, ready to go? Okay, let's do it. All right, good evening
No,
again.
we're not doing the next one.
Oh, not yet.
No, I was just.
Sorry.
Because you were leading this one too.
Can we have a break?
I think we're going to take a 10-minute
No,
break.
I'm sorry. I'm confused.
So please reconvene at 9:06, everyone.
Sorry.
Mignoli, Director of Engineering, to stay at the table as we invite Town Manager Brandon Zudema forward to facilitate the discussion. Getting a little bit of feedback.
So, good evening again. I'm quickly going to turn this over to Mark and Kyle. Again, this is, as we've indicated, coming back to you periodically with updates on what's being worked on. So tonight, we're back for several topics. I say we, I'm not going to talk much, but I'm here in support. So we're going to talk through sustainability options to provide a little more feedback on what is being included in this project. Staff is going to talk about value engineering and where they've gotten to right now, and then I'll support that a little bit in terms of where we might have some funding if it were needed beyond 18.9. We're going to address the Carolina Street question as far as the naming, and then certainly we'll take questions from you as we go through it. Mark and Kyle.
Okay, good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Thank you, Brandon Zudema, for the quick introduction. One more item in the presentation is also our communications plan. We're going to go over that in detail with you all for the Town Center project. So let's go ahead and jump right in. First up, we're going to talk about sustainability. And one of the things I wanted to just describe for sustainability, I know sometimes we spend a lot of time talking about solar and we kind of centralize the thought about solar, but we wanted to talk about all the sustainability that's in the project so that we could bring the public awareness of what we're doing. And we measured all the sustainability based on the town's actual sustainability guidelines that we've created and incorporated into our town projects. We've also wanted to highlight in detail some of the things that are normally discussed if you try to get LEED certification. So leadership in energy and environmental design. We're not trying to get LEED certification, but there are a number of items that we've included in the project that would give us points if we were looking for a LEED certification. So we do want to do a thorough review and identify all the elements pertaining to sustainability for this project.
So there are several, as Mark mentioned, there are several sustainability elements that are incorporated into the Town Center project. First one is native plantings. We're working with Singing Kinley Horn to incorporate native plants across the site in order to make sure that they are a good selection for that particular site area. We're also incorporating water usage reduction. We're going to be incorporating a cistern on the support building to do rainwater collection and utilize that water for the educational garden. We're swapping out jets for a misting water feature for the sculptures on the sculpture plaza to help mitigate water usage for that area, make sure it's efficient. The overall site is a mixed-use development, so that combines both commercial and residential uses in the walkable blocks, which helps to reduce the sprawl and provide room for green space such as the town green in that zone. The site is also going to have smart shuttle access, which will allow for transit into Town Center, and we'll also have bicycle facilities such as bike racks and easy access to both the Indian Creek Greenway and the future Sawmill Creek Greenway systems. There's also a reduced parking footprint across the area. We've got the parking deck built in, we've got parallel parking along the roads, and we've also got 3 EV charging stations planned for Town Center in front of PSMS in order to be able to accommodate for the electric vehicles that we have within town. Lastly, for this page, we have light pollution reduction. So we're using cutoff lights across the site to help reduce overhead light pollution and to reduce glare in the area to kind of help treat that. And then the next slide. Let's see here. We're using LED lighting across the site to make sure that efficient use of energy from the street lights to the pedestrian lighting to all the building lighting. And with regards to solar, we are evaluating additional solar panels for installation on the PSMS building to help support EV charger usage. We'll talk a little bit more about that on the next page. We are also looking at solar picnic tables to be incorporated within the town green area and on the wetland greenway to kind of help improve like shading areas, shade in that zone, and also allow for charging in those locations. The overall site is reusing the existing land to help develop the open green recreational space. So it's taking the old residential areas, transforming them to a more active use area and also allowing for open green space. The building fixtures across site are planned to have low flow plumbing fixtures, high efficiency mini splits for the air conditioning and heating, and all of the trying to use energy efficient appliances in the cottage retail, the support building, in the green room, so on and so forth. As mentioned before, we're having LED lighting in all the buildings. And for the street trees, we are aiming to have structural soil, 20 cubic yards of structural soil for the street trees, which will help to improve the rate of growth. It'll allow the roots to be able to grow more efficiently. So it'll lead to like larger, stronger, longer lasting street trees than it would be with the standard soil there. So it'll lead to a better shade cover and better heat index reduction in those areas along the streets for that zone. We are also evaluating options for food waste collection and composting with the cottage retail, and also recyclables for utilizing biodegradable materials, biodegradable utensils and cups, so on and so forth, just to minimize our impact that we have in those, like for the cottage retail and in those areas. So, see here, next slide. For the solar details, we communicated with Singh and Kimley. Oh, yes. My apologies, I thought you said something. We communicated with Singh and Kimley Horn in a little bit more detail and about the solar question that came up at the last meeting. So, long story short, it was determined that the PSMS building has enough available space to be able to add more solar panels next to where the planned EV charger stations would be at the future front entrance for the PSMS building. If you remember, the plan is to take the current front entrance, flip it to the back side, and just utilize that as the main front way into the building. The support building and the trash enclosure do not really have large enough roof footprint that has to be able to do enough solar panels that would offset the electricity usage for those particular buildings. So while you can do solar on those, it just wouldn't lead to enough. It just would not lead to enough. It would not be able to offset that in the cost for that. It would just be basically doing it at a loss, so to speak. So it would be more effective to utilize the flat areas of PSMS's roof to have a bigger bank of solar panels and route that by a conduit over into the town center. And as mentioned, we are looking at options around the town green to do some more solar picnic tables in around those zones to have smaller charging stations for cell phones and create those spaces. So we can pause here for questions unless you all would want to continue onward.
Might be best to go right through the whole thing first, and then we'll come back.
Sure. Sounds good.
Just to let you know, there's questions each section, so it might be appropriate to ask each time.
Yeah, they offered, but nobody.
They're different topics. I didn't realize they were so different.
Right, we did offer a pausing point if you want to talk about sustainability before we move forward to the next.
Okay, why don't we take it by section then? If that's the will of the council. Go ahead.
Just wanted to relay one thing that a resident had contacted me about is using asphalt versus pavers. I didn't really, maybe just that would be more sustainable, even about more cost more to use paving. So, I mean, have we considered that option or?
Value engineering.
Yeah.
Next section.
Is that the next section?
So yes, we do have some discussion about that in the value engineering section.
Oh, okay, I apologize.
Not a problem.
That's a good question.
So I had a couple of quick questions then, and then Councilmember Fender. On page 3, the misters on the sculpture, I'm a little concerned that that becomes less of a spray ground and less of a play area if there's just misters. I mean, kids aren't really going to play there if there's just mist instead of spray.
So my don't want to say vague recollection, but my recollection when the consultants came in to show the architectural rings, it was decided at that time to have, this wasn't something that came out of sustainability. This was something that came out of just the way the spray patterns would work. So they're going to be, they could get wet, but they're going to be misters coming off, shooting off of those architectural rings at the plaza. That was essentially part of the project for some time now.
Yeah, it was already decided.
Okay, I just don't remember it
Since they're not-
not being a spray ground at all anymore.
Yes, yeah, there was never a plan to have, or maybe at some point, but when the architectural rings came into play, there weren't gonna be any jets coming out of the ground. It's misting that comes from the rings. And part of that discussion, if my recollection is correct, is that that was part of sustainability that was already built into the architectural feature with the misters.
Because I was remembering
low water
the
usage.
recycling of the water and stuff, that was something I remembered. I didn't remember that we're essentially having a spray ground anymore for kids.
Right.
Okay. On page 4, is 20 cubic yards actually sufficient to keep a tree alive? I mean, that's less than 3 by 3 by 3.
So
That's
this
not
is
much
cubic
soil.
yards, this is pretty large.
Oh, cubic yards or cubic feet?
Yeah, cubic yards.
Okay, then I take that back.
Okay.
Cubic yards should do the trick. And on 5, move one slide forward. Can we get one of these solar picnic tables to try out now and have it over by Western White Farmers Market, old site or something like that? I mean, if that's something that we're thinking about doing, it'd be good to let people see it now and use it now.
So that's certainly something we can look into. Our plan was to install 3 of these. One of them was intended to be located at our wetland across the street where we have the bench now. So that location exists. We could potentially look at that, so
Do one
I'll
now.
take that back and see how we can make that happen,
Thank you.
if that's a possibility.
Councilmember Fender.
Yeah, just 2 comments. I like Mayor TJ's suggestion about installing one of those picnic tables.
No?
And then I just wanted to say that I appreciate you all putting this information all together in one place. So there is a lot of elements that are incorporated in the design that are sustainable as they are. So thank you.
Okay.
So let me just get back to the presentation here. All right, and so the next section is going to be talking about the value engineering. Before we dive into it, I did want to give kind of a preamble for that, just for what value engineering actually is. The official definition is that it's a systematic method of analyzing a product, determine the best way to manage the most important functions while reducing the cost. So that's the official definition, and we will talk about what we had to, the process that we went through to kind of balance that out for Town Center versus the reductions and the additions that we had to do from the discussions with Parks, Public Works, and the other stakeholders in town for the project. And then, so to give you a bit of a summary for this, the development agreement project cost dollars in 2024 set the budget for the project at $18.9 million. The latest round that we had prior to doing this value engineering exercise came back at about $19.9 million, almost $20 million. After we went through the process of the value engineering exercises, we were able to get that back down to about 18.8 million, altogether after all the subtractions and the additions. So the next couple of slides here are going to talk about, we'll talk about the additions first that we added into the design. This is primarily to address some of the programming concerns and the maintenance concerns for the project. So including things like the EV charging stations, sub-drainage on the town green, working on adding in heavy-duty concrete all the way around the town green and just, it's just trying to make things trying to make things more maintainable long-term for public works and for parks to be able to utilize the site for things like the town events, making sure that IT has what they need in order to run Wi-Fi, feature cameras throughout the site. So what you're seeing on screen is kind of the running list of the main design additions for that. So CMAQ's got his thing.
Yeah, and I will add that you may notice that the largest dollar amount item is the third from the bottom, stormwater infrastructure for future town center phases. I did want to describe that in a little more detail, just so everybody knew what that was. So even though the town had built the wetland across the street, and that does have the capacity for future town center phases, the pipe network that leads to that wetland needed to be upgraded. Some of it is on Sing's dime because it's part of their development, and some of it is purposely for future development phases. So we wanted to make sure we had all that pipe work built into this now. We don't want to come and build Carolina Street and have to tear it back out to put in pipes to replace undersized pipes with the proper sized pipes for future development. So some of that cost, the $640,000, is to capture future development beyond the phases that we're working on now. So I just wanted to make that clear. That's why that got absorbed by this project.
Thank you. I guess I wonder, why wasn't that included in the original stormwater pond?
That's a question I don't know if I have an answer for.
Okay.
So the wetland was built with the capacity. Why the town didn't build the pipe network, potentially because they didn't know exactly how it was going to be laid out. There may have been I don't have that exact answer.
So this 640 is specifically for the
Pipe
piping?
infrastructure, yes. The wetland has capacity.
Okay, all right, got it, thanks.
Question.
Mayor Potem Garamella?
So, piggybacking on that question, is Singh going to pay any money for the share of the land that they're doing, or agreement is pretty much they build and we do all the utilities?
So I sort of follow your question. So they're paying for the infrastructure that pertains to the building construction that they're building. So the pipes that come out of their buildings that lead to the street, they are responsible for that
No,
work.
I'm not.
Okay.
Take the pipes for a second.
Okay.
Like, say they are having 2 acres or 3 acres of impervious surface.
Mhm.
And we know we have the capacity, but are they paying anything for the stormwater that they're utilizing ours?
I believe the answer is no.
No.
The wetland itself was
Was before.
purpose-built for all the future development of town center. Whether it was public or private, all that
Okay.
was taken into consideration for the
Can-
wetland construction.
Then can this money come from the restricted funds because it's related to stormwater?
Yes, and we're gonna show you that in a few slides.
The next one, so this next section talks a little bit about the removals / reductions that we did for the project. So I'll talk about the main ones that we did, but overall, like if you tally up like everything in the that they pulled together, it's about $2,300,000 worth in savings. But I'm just going to talk about the main points that I know have come up from previous town council's discussions. So the first one that this is actually going to be listed as an alternate when we do with the bids. The first one would be removing the bronze M at the intersection of Foxglove and Carolina. That would save you about $60,000 off the bat right there. The next one is talking about the pavers on Foxglove. So when you remove removing the pavers on both the main drive aisle and in the parallel parking lanes would save you over $500,000 together for those zones there. I've got photos of the pavers of the original paper samples that were done along with what it theoretically would look like to switch that to asphalt. You would still have like dividers showing where the parallel parking is, so it would be very clear where people would need to park in their zone still.
Before you switch, let me just help clarify that. So on Foxglove, the sidewalks will still be pavers. This is only in the street area where the cars would park and where the cars would drive. The sidewalks themselves would stay pavers. And by doing that, there's a savings of over $500,000, or around $500,000.
Thank you for that clarification.
I know the imagery is it was hard for us to find the right images, so I just wanted to make that clear.
Next slide. So continuing on the theme of the pavers, so the main intersection behind, so this would be the first intersection. If you're on Town Hall Drive and turning into Foxglove up to there where that main, and I could try to find a map to show you that, but we would be trying to remove additional pavers in the area behind cottages 7 and 8, close to where the stage would be on that southern side of the Uptown Center. So this would that would save you about $60,000 into there. We would keep pavers in the crosswalks so that there's still some texture and interest in those zones, but and also still make it very clear where pedestrians are to cross in that spot. So a lot more high contrast for that. And then the next one here, we're recommending to remove from the initial bids the outdoor kitchen on the education garden. This can be prepped to have the sort of the utility, have utilities set up for a add in a future phase. But for the initial bid, that would save you a little over $50,000 in cost if you take out the outdoor kitchen, the sink, so on and so forth in that zone. And then we also in the education garden looked at the fence that's around the perimeter of the education garden. We initially had the fancy steel lenticular fence. That would be a savings of over almost $172,000 if you switch that out with a more standard 6-foot tall aluminum black fence in that zone. I did have a brief summary of some of the other items in there. So you would say we did do a pass on the landscape lighting, reduce the amount of outlets, reduce the amount of landscape lighting, uplighting, superfluous things like additional stub lights, so on and so forth. That would give you about $50,000 savings there. We did do an allowance reduction of about $200,000 for audio-visual equipment for things like the mixer boards, things like the speakers, just to kind of make things a little bit more cost efficient in that area. And then we also did a pass through to reduce we reduced the allowance that we have for site furnishing for things like the movable chairs and the tables throughout the site, so you could save about $51,000 just by reducing the amount on that. These all can be added back in, depending on how the bid results go. If we find that we have some money, flexibility in the budget for that, these can be added back in as alternates, just depending on how things go. Yes.
Ultimately, if I may, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't figure out how to operate this.
Okay. No problem.
It's kind of behind my computer. I like the fact that you're thinking about possibly putting some of their deductions back in if the bid comes out favorable and so forth like that. But I was on the council when we first approved the farmer's market for where it is today. And we did have to do some phasing so that we did not provide electricity to the vendors. And the vendors had to do generators in order to get electricity. And then later we added in more electric access later on. I really regret that decision. I think that we should have had more electric access from the beginning because it put a burden on the vendors and it limited the kind of activities that we could do up front. If we invest in electric outlets in the landscaping, we'll have more flexibility to do different kind of activities that we don't even know about right now. It'll let us imagine and have a little more flexibility. So to me, that's an investment for your consideration.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So I had a question on the fence.
Yes.
You're replacing the steel fence with the aluminum. Is the design the same or similar?
So the steel lenticular fence prior was gonna be a custom-made architectural fence specific to this location. The specific details of it hadn't been hatched out, but it was gonna be a custom-made fence. So this is, instead of using a custom fence, we're gonna use a standard fence that can be purchased off the shelf. We didn't have the exact details of what it was gonna look like. Some of the artist rendering, which you can see here, there were picket elements, but the specific fine details of it hadn't been hashed out yet. But the contractor was carrying quite a expensive, a large number for that because he wasn't sure what the details of that architectural fence were gonna be like.
So why were we looking at a custom fence to begin with?
It's town center. I mean,
Okay.
similar to the M and the intersection and other details that we had.
All right, and what, the kitchen, the outdoor kitchen, what is their intent? How is that gonna be used?
So that would be for people for the educational garden, so if people are working in the educational garden, they would use that like for things for like cleaning up the plants. The idea was to like maybe utilize that as like a stage for like kind of showcasing people how to prep food, that sort of thing.
So it's just like a kitchen sink?
It's kind of like a utility sink, so to speak.
Okay, cause you say the outdoor kitchen, I'm picturing a oven, barbecue, yeah.
So-
All right,
So,
that's fine,
like
thank
that.
you.
So,
Well, there was structure related to it as well. If you see that, it's kind of like a,
So
so
you're not
it was
gonna
more
do
than
the
just having a
structure?
counter with a sink. It was, no, we're not gonna do the structure or the doorway that went with it.
Mr. Gamala?
Go back to that slide that Vicky was talking about.
With the power, the others, it was that list.
The 200,000 and 50,000. Like one slide.
15, slide 15.
Slide 15. This one?
Yeah, so my thought process is, again, sometimes value engineering is good and sometimes it just adds up to overhead cost. Look from a customer point of view, a resident's point of view, okay? So let's take an example of Church Street. We have a ground. If you need international, you have to get all the equipment around it that costs a lot of money. And that is basically putting everything down. We want Town Green to be a place where people will come and use the facilities. And even if it's at $200,000 of the audiovisual, there's a charge that the town will be charging them. So that money will easily get recovered pretty soon than doing the value engineering, because then you're pretty much asking every person to bring their own equipment that'll add to the overall cost. In fact, you can recover in less than a year or two that whole amount. So think in that point of view, then, like, okay, 200,000 we are cutting here, $2,000, like so. Like even the conduits, if you're putting for landscape lighting and all those things, it's good to be here, then dig it again, and redo that.
No, agreed. And if I could just comment, so it's hard to describe all the details with a small summary sentence for each one. For example, on the audiovisual equipment, we didn't cut that number completely. This was a reduction from a very large number. I think we're still carrying about $600,000 in audiovisual. So we cut it by 200,000. So we are still carrying a certain amount of AV equipment so that people can come and utilize the facility. The same thing for the lighting and outlet reduction. So there was a lot of redundancy in lighting. The lighting output's still gonna be nearly identical. We had, for example, on every stair riser, we had lights on the stair risers and then strip lights along the sides of the same riser. So we had a lot, so those are the kind of things that we went through and said, hey, would it change the customer experience from the lighting perspective? We have color changing lights. We made sure to incorporate the things that would be important to the customers.
It does. To be honest, it does. If you go to Fenton, the experience of the lights, it's the same building. You know, you take any of our apartment complexes, say, but the ambience of the lighting and everything changes the whole experience when you walk on the walkway and other things. So this is a place where we're attracting people. We want the cottages to thrive. We want our downtown to thrive there. So by cutting some of these things, we are short-sighted than the long side of people coming, and I don't want the cottages to shut down after a year of non-business.
Yeah. No, I understand. And we certainly want to take advantage of that. These could all be alternates. We just need to find a baseline where we can actually make our budget. And then we can come back and regroup. If it ends up coming in favorably, then we can come back and regroup and say, hey, you know what, these are the more important items that we should put back into the project.
And lastly, also think like, you know, does everything need to come right away? Okay, like, for example, the conduits are like landscape lighting. Okay, if the conduits are already there, that I can come back in a year or two and run those pipes more. But the basic framework is already there. It's like we may be trying to do it, but eventually that will come back at some point.
That's a great point.
I think it's me and then Councilmember Johnson. It was me first, and then, so, yeah, can we make the outdoor kitchen an alternate? As a possibility, just to.
I think we might already have it that way, to be honest with you.
So we had it listed as the, let's see if I can find it. So we can definitely add it as an alternate. Like the idea was that we can also prep it as like like I mentioned, the utility connections there. We can keep that ready and add that back in as we need to. Like if we generate additional funds in the future as well, just make it easier. It's really really what it is the building itself. Like, it's kind of hard to tell from the concept there, but it can be done as like the exterior walls don't necessarily have, the exterior walls can be added separately. They don't have to be an integral part of the building. They could be like the sort of the social structure for that, along with the hookups for utility connections, so to speak.
Okay, I just see the educational garden being just a Saturday. This would make it more of a all through the week, make it one of the more destinations in addition to the cottage retail. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Garamella about the audio visual and the speakers. That's going to be one of our main things, the amphitheater. I don't want to be cutting costs on that proactively. We've already been through this exercise. We've already felt the pain of reducing a lot. I'm not really that interested in more value engineering right now. I'm going to start to get costs, and rather than cutting, I want to just move this along.
Okay.
Yes.
So I was, actually, my comment was going to be about the reduction in the audiovisual equipment, but you answered that pretty well. This is not it's a semi-big reduction, but there's still an awful high number that's built in to cover. So I guess then my question is, if you continue to leave this line item in here of this 200K reduction, what does it do to I guess I'm in that overall experience. I want to make sure that we're still able to have events and concerts. Are we still able to do all that with what's left? I mean, why are you taking this out? What are we missing out on if you do this?
That's a good question. I think initially when we had our placeholder of 800,000 for AV equipment, it was simply that. And as we've gotten more into the details about what equipment we will need based on the events we think we're going to have here, the 600,000 seemed adequate.
Okay.
We know, I mean, I'm gonna speak somewhat out of turn, but even if you put $1 million in AV equipment, you may have someone come that can't use exactly that. We're gonna get as much equipment as we can to have a broad base of performances, but there's always the chance that somebody comes and they wanna use their own equipment, and they need to be able to at least hook up to what we've got, stuff like that. So we feel confident based on parks and the programming that they have planned there, that the 600,000 is adequate to support the programming that's coming.
Okay.
And if it's not, then we will make some adjustments, but that's what it seems like now. The initial number was a budgetary placeholder, and now that we've gotten more into detail, we've been able to kind of value that out just naturally.
And I appreciate that. You're right. Now we're getting to the real details of what we need and don't need.
Exactly.
I appreciate that.
And that's why we had some additions. We had over $1 million in additions. We
Well,
needed things to put into the project. I mean, it is what it is.
Thank you. Yes,
Yeah.
you've added stuff in that we needed, so good point. I think overall I'm okay with with what you've presented. I do like the idea that we can add some of this back in, because I think it will depend on when the bids come back and what they look like. And if they're incredibly favorable or even semi-favorable, then we can have another discussion. And if they're really off the charts, well, then we're on the right path here.
You'll see us back here no matter what.
Yeah, no matter what. Thank you. I
So,
appreciate that. Yep.
I'll take the next slide.
Okay, so let me just jump back to where we were at.
I think we're here. So the potential funding options, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Garamella. One of the other funding options that we've talked about is the stormwater utility. We do have stormwater fund balance that we can contribute, and since we did have over 600,000 in additional stormwater that got added to the project, we think we can cover that with the 500,000 that we have in stormwater fund balance. There's some 2021 bond premium available of $1 million, if I'm not mistaken, Jeannie. We did apply for a Parks and Recreation Trust Fund grant for $500,000. We've had an initial site visit with them, and we'll know the results in mid-August. So we'll know if we got that. We have a strong application. We meet a lot of the points criteria, so we feel pretty positive about that. I did hear recently that the community project grant, it didn't make it. I don't know if the manager wants to make a few comments.
Yeah, so we received notice from Congresswoman Fushi's office late last week that our project for Town Center was not one of the 15 funded projects that her office submitted for community funding. So disappointing, of course, but we know that now. So that's sort of off the board. The other piece that is not listed up here that we have discussed, I think, briefly is we occasionally earn interest on our investments or on money that we're holding for, future use through our reserves. So we've got about $500,000 that we received in interest recently, and so we're holding that. I'm calling it essentially an owner's contingency outside of the contract. So that is additional money that if you chose to, could go back in, either to support a bid that's over 18.9 or to potentially put things back in. So I'm comfortable telling you today, the stormwater money goes into that, and then we've got an additional $1.5 million that we're holding on to, and then we could get another $500,000 from Partif. But I would say today, I'm comfortable telling you we're holding 1.5. Should you elect to either, if the bid comes back, then obviously we have a discussion to have about whether you want to support what that full bid is. And then if the bid comes back good, then you have an opportunity, I think as was just discussed, to put some of these alternates potentially back in now rather than later.
Yeah. And of course, there's, opportunity for sponsorship as we move forward.
Anybody else have any other questions on value engineering before I jump to the communications? All right. So for the communications plan for Town Center, so a couple of main things here. Overall objective is to make sure that we are clearly communicating with the community, minimizing any and all disruptions, and making sure that we're just being transparent about when we do our outreach, and just sharing key messages about the projects, such as the purpose and the benefit of the Town Center project, what the overall timeline and the key phases would be. If we anticipate any disruptions, the public needs to know about it as soon as possible. And we make sure that we give contact information for people to provide their concerns and feedback. We have the main stakeholders, main residents, homeowners. We're keeping in touch with the library in Wake County to make sure that they're in the loop on the project, and local businesses, town staff and elected officials, people that are using Town Hall Drive, Church Street, transit users, emergency services, the outlets, and the church groups nearby. So those are our main groups that we're trying to keep in touch for the town center project. So the next slide, we have several different channels that we're going to be utilizing for getting the word out. Website page for construction to update those with the timelines, frequently asked questions, doing an email newsletter, social media blasts, text alerts, press releases for the big milestones if there's any big disruptions, meeting with HOAs, having community meetings either in person and virtual formats, making sure that we have signage around the construction zones to kind of direct traffic, let people know about like any major lane closures, that sort of thing. Making sure that we have a person that coordinates with the local businesses, doing door hanger notices for residents, working with communications to use the REP platform to get video, make sure that people know about that. We'll be fencing off the construction site, so we're looking to have a banner app on the fencing to talk about the project, give information about it, and then lastly, we're going to be reaching out to a third-party video consultant to do a time lapse of the project, try to find a good spot for it and just have it built from the ground up, so to speak. So, then any questions? Sorry.
I can wait till the end.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So, overall timeline, for pre-construction, about 1 to 2 months before we would announce the project scope, goals, and the schedule, schedule the community outreach meetings, start launching the web and the short message and like the text messaging platforms. During construction, we would translate that into weekly updates, real-time alerts if there's like major traffic impacts, doing monthly project highlights and progress reports, making sure that we're utilizing the quarterly newsletter and also utilizing Everbridge for the text messaging, similar to what we did for Morrisville Carpenter. That worked pretty well last time around, so we want to try to use that again. For post-construction, we would announce the completion of the project, share what the outcomes and the overall economic impact of it would be, make sure that we're collecting community feedback about how the construction project went, what we can do better, what was successful, making sure that we're being transparent about that, and then also trying to share what the next steps and next stage planning would be for like future phases, like the phase B, phase D, so on and so forth. So this is here. The evaluation process, we've already got plans to collect feedback and handle issues as they come up. There would be a dedicated person to monitor if there's any emails or like any phone calls that come in, making sure that somebody's on call to be able to like answer those. Keeping a feedback format online and at town hall, and if we have like any major responses, trying to get back to people within 48 business hours, making sure that we have time to be able to provide a good response to them. In terms of evaluation metrics, we are going to be tracking who comes to the community meetings, how many come to them, how many residents are subscribed to our updates, how much engagement rates that we get on social media and the emails, what type and how many public inquiries that we get, surveys during construction, and what the community satisfaction is after the construction is finished. Not necessarily related to communications, but this also touches base on some of the discussions that we have. So I have to give props to Jenny. She tracked down all this information for us and utilized her connections with this. So for Carolina Street, so there's a lot of background history on Carolina Street. So that was basically started in 1954. They utilized that for Pell Bill funds, and they wanted to pay tribute to important historical figures. We've also found that secondhand reports were utilized to use like street names for that, and Carolina Street was added in the end. 1980s, we found records that the North Carolina pine could have been a reason for the street name. We also had Carolina Street in 1975 as the oldest unpaved road. Further information on the power bill for that. And then Foxglove Drive, that was a lot more recent, so we had that in 2005 in the 2012 street acceptance. So that we have the plats for that. And then that was, again, utilizing the flowering plants and shrubs to kind of help give character for the street names. But there's no other documented significance associated with Foxglove for that. So there's a bit more of a historical credits behind the Carolina Street, not so much for the Foxglove, so to speak. So just as a comparison between the two. In terms of next steps, so our anticipated schedule, yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Now go back to I think Jeannie, hats off. You know, this is just amazing when you pull this kind of data. And I was telling Liz, only you can do this. But this is pretty good, you know, like, I really appreciate you all looking into that.
It's all hope, so. Yeah. Anyway.
Mayor, a quick observation, if I could, that it just struck me actually now looking at this. If you look at what is going to be the town center district, it's almost identical to what the town in its entirety used to be.
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow.
So, okay.
Yeah, it's crazy. When was this, ma'am? I think it was 54.
Guys, are we rat holing a little bit on this? Could we, like?
Last slide's the next slide.
All right. All right, so for next steps, overall schedule, we're expecting to have plan review, approval completion for the Town Green, Pocket Park, and the temporary lot in July. Shooting for groundbreaking for the Town Green in August. The remaining work that we have left to be completed is to meet with nearby HOAs, start the communication plan before the construction really picks up. Finalize the plan review, get Singh to issue the request for the bid, and then once we get the bids back in, review them, we issue a notice to proceed for Singh and Bobbitt, like with the whatever we get for the final bid back. We are finalizing the plot recording and the recombination dedication for the town center parcels, and also finalizing the parking setup for town and staff vehicles in the PSMS lots, since they're basically going to be shunted from the backside to the front side and so on and so forth. And that's the long and short of it. So does anybody have any questions for that last segment? Mr. Rabadi? Councilman Rabadi?
Yes, on slide 19, you don't need to go back. Okay. On slide 19, you don't need to go back to it, but it said that the social media platforms that we were going to be using were Facebook, something else, and Twitter. Nextdoor, okay. I think that generally speaking, we have to get off Twitter, and I think that we should add Instagram as a social media platform on which we put these announcements, because we do get good engagement on Instagram, and I don't think anybody's going out to Twitter for anything serious anymore.
Anyone else have comments or thoughts on that section? Okay,
Okay. Great job, Kyle.
is that a wrap?
That's all we have.
Okay, so that timeline, July groundbreaking, do we hear from you guys again?
The groundbreaking is in August.
August,
Late
okay.
August.
The plats and stuff, July,
Yeah.
okay. So when do
Everything
we,
is still on track for that.
okay, so when do we hear from you guys again? When's the next time we're getting an update like this or anything like that?
I mean, I would say unless anything particular comes up, probably after bids, to be honest. I mean, that's the next major event in the timeline. You know, the team is working on finishing up permitting through our own process. Sing is working on permitting for their portion of the process. So that's ongoing. I think optimistically, we are looking for that to be done by the end of July, which then lets us turn around and be able to do a groundbreaking by the end of August. And so the bid should come in somewhere in that window. So we'll be back to share with you what those bids were. And then I think from there, we can have the conversation about, you know, where does that leave us? Is there any room to add things back, or do we need what we've set aside just to do, you know, what the bids are?
Okay. I think it'd be helpful for communications to actually put that into a chart that sort of shows, if possible,
For a timeline?
for website and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, we'll update the website.
Okay. Anything else from the council? Okay. Great job, everybody.
Thank you,
Keep up
everybody.
the good work.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
I think we'll go right into the closed session, if that's okay with people. That's the plan. We have one closed session this evening to discuss an economic development matter. Thank you to everyone for watching this evening. As this is the end of our public business, I'd ask for a motion to enter closed session. After thanking everyone for watching this meeting, please feel free to reach out to your council at towncouncil@morrisvillenc.gov. I'd entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Mayor and council pursuant to North Carolina statute 143.318.11A4, I move that we go into closed session to discuss an economic development matter.
I have a motion from Councilmember Rao, a second from Councilmember Rabati. All those in favor of entering closed session, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we are in closed session. It is 9:59.